Hello! Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. Of course it screws up. Hold on. Welcome. So, you may notice some things here. First of all, how is my audio? I want to make sure my audio is good. Welcome, Victoria. My name is Paul Berserker One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Audio sounds good? So, here's the thing. Loud. I'm always loud, 89. I currently now have finally decided to upgrade. If you notice, I have a new chair. I bought that chair last year, around this time last year, and I just completely never assembled it. And part of what I got as a thank you from the sponsors who helped put together the fighter flight for Atmo Esports at CitizenCon last year, not last year, year before last, was they sent me a pair of gunfighters. VKB sent me free gunfighters, 2 free gunfighters, and Monster Tech sent me 2 free mounts for gunfighters, all courtesy of them as a thank you for helping it out. I still have to figure out how to make them work. I have got my left stick to work. My right stick does not want to twist and is registering as the wrong thing. I looked it up and apparently I may have installed the stick to the base wrong, so I have to fix that. That's one of the reasons why I didn't stream on Wednesday, was because I didn't want to have to fix that up. So yeah, I had to reassemble my whole...
You can take away my space suit.
Hold on.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 53 months. 53 months, that's a lot of months. GG on the new chair.
How about now? Is that better? Okay. So I had to reset up my audio stuff. So, okay. So now I've got things working properly, sort of. I have to go through and mess some stuff up. Thank you for the partnerversary. Well, the problem is they're complicated, and I think I misassembled one, so I have to kind of reassemble it and fix it properly. Once I have that assembled properly, I'll map everything and do some stuff with it, but yeah. Yeah, I'll probably hop on Discord at some point and ask, but I wanted to make sure people knew. So partially what I did was, much to my eternal shame, I had not cleaned out my computer like towers, nor cleaned up my room in months. Wasn't like dirty. I don't spend like a forever time in my room. But it was definitely dusty. I'd cleaned up everything, but I hadn't like there was like dust everywhere that I hadn't fully cleaned. So I got my wife to, my ever-suffering wife, to help me pull everything out of my room, do a full deep clean, and then reset up everything properly. So now I have everything set up in a way that is makes a little bit more sense. So.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Iris Dread Tide just resubscribed for 24 months. Firework, confetti, firework, confetti, firework, confetti, firework, confetti, firework, confetti. Happy birthday and partnerversary, Paul. I hope the week off was lots of fun and relaxing.
It was.
Firework, confetti, 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 firework, confetti.
Thank you so much for that. Iris, you're very important, Papa, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Fun fact. My streamiversary was 1 year to the day of my partnerversary. So let Paul, your professor, the old man historian, sit back and say, all right, let me tell you about a time before you could change your name on Twitch. Yes, that is correct. Once you set your name, it was impossible to change your username on Twitch. You had to create a brand new account in order to get a new name. That change of being able to get a new name has changed fairly recently. So back in 2016, before this was the case, I wanted to do a rebrand. I was doing okay, but I wasn't doing great on my channel, Berserker01. So I decided that I was going to start from the beginning. And with some advice from various members of the community who were all like Grokkies and Geekdomo at the time, and a lot of those folks, I came up with the idea of doing, they came up with the idea of pitching the idea, because I'd always run the Berserker1 channel as the space bar. I called it the station back then. And so Grokky said, just lean into it. Call it, there's gastropubs at the time were all of the rage. So just call yourself the AstroPub. So I looked it up and went through and ended up getting that done, making that full changeover. I made the account on January 4th, I think. Or yeah, January 8th, 2020, or 2016. No, 2015. Yeah, 2015. And I got my partnership 1 year and 1 day later on January 9th, 2016. You just cleared 6 years of NVIDIA Direct 3D shader cache data. I don't think I've ever cleared my cache data for that. Oof. So yeah, it's fun little story. I have been a partner for 9 years on Twitch. I will be a partner for 10 years as of next year. And this is the first year that I've actually felt like I've had any progress on Twitch and YouTube. So thank you for watching. Glad you get progress. Thank you, Toshihiro. How you doing, by the way? I saw you just came back. Hey, Velocity. Yeah, so because I had time, I spent this free time I had away from streaming to completely kind of full deep clean the room, move everything around. So now I have a new setup. It's the same room. I've tried to move things around a little bit. So I now have more space.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my
technically,
space
yes,
game.
McGrath.
Zenes8 just resubscribed for 8 months, and here's to many more cheers to that.
Thank you so much for that. For 8 months of support there, Zener, as you're very important, Papa, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return for good night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I don't want to get the mood down, but I lost my fiance right after Thanksgiving. Not great to hear. Way to put it. There's no good way to put it. That sucks, dude. That fucking sucks. That just sucks ass. I get that sort of pain. I'm glad you're here now, though. Hopefully you're recovering. It's hard to come back, to recover, I'm sure. Thank you, G-Sharp. Your games no longer stutter. I get rid of all the old, likely conflicting shader info. That's a good idea. Probably, I'll try to figure out how to do that on my game PC. So I'm going to completely revamp that one. So
Them biddies.
I can tell you've cleaned up. The room looks so different now. But seriously, congrats on the deep clean. That always makes everything feel better.
yeah, thank you so much for them biddies. Yeah, it's nice. And speaking of deep cleans, we're going to talk about the deep clean that CIG seems to be doing. And we're going to start off with the bottom of the barrel. All right. Y'all got to understand the bottom of the barrel segment. I haven't brought the bottom of the barrel segment out from the the office hours for a while. So bottom of the barrel segment is where I pick up the absolute lunacy that the Star Citizen community comes up with. The conspiracy theories, the crazy doomerisms, the absolute wild accusations, all of those things. So we'll start with the big accusation, which is apparently Salty Mike has destroyed Star Citizen. That's right. Sodium Michael is actually the worst person in the universe. So this accusation now stems from the fact that Mike brought to the devs' attention the dupe bug that was going on that people have been calling the item reclamation bug. It was a dupe bug. I know some people were very excited to be able to get their items back, but it meant that you could basically pay for infinite rail guns and stuff like that. So apparently Mike is to blame for it, that's news now. Apparently, the people are really, Reddit is really mad at Mike for that. And you're welcome. Subscribe to Sodium Michael. Go watch his videos. Since clearly he's a CIG employee. Thank you everyone for coming in and saying happy partner anniversary. Mike destroyed an $800 million country. Florida man destroys $800 million company. Thank you, Radar. So yeah, I don't know how I have to tell you that this is insane. Of course, CIG fucking fixes dupe bugs because they happen a lot, and there's always like cascade effects on dupes. And CIG doesn't want to have to wipe, and dupes are one of those things that will cause wipes. Will eventually lead to wipes if they're exploited too much. And generally speaking, they're pretty typically easy to fix compared to things like elevators and physics bugs and lots of other issues like that. Those issues are far more complicated to deal with than a simple dupe fix. Did they break the entire ship repair system as a result of fixing it? Okay, that sucks. Did they just basically say no more fixing? Did they do the CIG thing by fixing the bug, by preventing the bug from happening in the first place? They don't want dupes to affect their economy. I know, and it's a joke that CIG has an economy, but they're starting to have an economy. That's why they have an economy team. 4.0 really does start a lot of the economy gameplay. It is the start of that at the very least. Is it only going to be PTU tonight, or just going to be leave it a preview alone? It's going to be PTU tonight. They're not going to be. They basically said that they're stopped working on the PTU on the 4.0. So the latest update is basically 4.0 is done. They've locked down 4.0. It is no longer going to be worked on. They're really not going to do any more hot fixes in the background. Everything is focusing on 4.0.1, which is going into wave all PTU tonight, which has, let me pull up the list so we can have a good idea of what's going on. All right. So I will read the information specifically from Waka. We are currently putting together the first 4.0.1 build for release on PTU channel for all backers later today. Starting last night, we rolled out hybrid fixes for the 4.0 free preview to repair, claim, restore custom loadouts. This is currently in some meshes, but rolling out slowly as the hybrids get refreshed. With tonight's 4.0.1 release, we want to run a quick stress test to make sure the bug fix is working. For the first hour after the build release, we would like everyone to spawn in Area 18 to test a fix for overlapping hangars. There's over 100 notable blocker / crit / high marked fixes going in today's build compared to 4.0. There's a mission flow fixes for leaving prison in the build today that will hopefully unblock issues of leaving prison, which might help with that. We are not wiping progress for 4.0.1 at this point. If that changes, we'll let you know closer to release. It will be the standard LTP remake though, which just basically means if you don't, like all PTUs are reset. So if you did the PTU for 4.0, you will not have any of the money or reputation you gained in 4.0 PTU with 4.01 point PTU. It's not happening tonight. It's happening tomorrow. Okay, so just found that out. All this wait for 4.0, and they're already moving on before a month has passed. CIG is not going to stop working on Star Citizen. There are additional mission critical exploits, including exclusive executive hangar, more serious than duping. They literally removed the case after a few days. It was created an issue on the issue council. And how is this Mike's fault? Cosmo, how would you like that to be fixed? That's the issue. So pretty much we're stuck with this build till Sunday, pretty much. I wouldn't expect 4.0.1 to be coming out until at the earliest to live, Martin Luther King Jr. Day, like the 20th of January. So like 2 weeks from now. That would be the earliest we'd see it. Any hunches on when control surfaces make an appearance? We have absolutely no idea. They've been apparently in works or in Squadron 42 for a while. So as you said, presumably contingent on engineering being added, but I'm excited for Crusader ships to fit in their niche. I think we're probably not going to see that being added until at the earliest the end of this year. It depends if CIG will close. Chris Roberts is kneeling in front of Mike in tears, begging him to help him out of this mess. Cosmo, if you keep doing with the passive aggressive smiley faces, you're just going to have to take a 24-hour break, buddy. Let's see, continuing on. Hey, isn't this the time of year Morphologist makes a reasonable statement and then everyone gets mad at him for saying he hates the game? Yeah, usually. But it's also typically where Morphologist makes a statement about the game's future and about how X year is not the year. And then he's proven usually half right and half wrong. Because Morphologist also said 4.0 wouldn't be released this in last year. And it was released last year. And before anyone goes, no, it's in previews, it's released. The only reason I call it preview is because they didn't want to release it when it was so buggy. They wanted to give people a chance to play the game because the game was so fucked up. Preview's been a little embarrassing for CIG though, in my opinion. Okay. How has it been embarrassing for CIG? Yes, you can. You can call him wrong on that one. It was released last year. I didn't say I had to agree. I'm just interested in why you say it was embarrassing. All right, let me finish reading this off, and then we'll have the deep conversations about how Star Citizen is doomed. Fixed PU Pyro specific. Mission refactor, missions, missing persons, missing person missions are not generating contract manager. Fix Crusader Hercules Starlifter, all variants, PU, vehicle ramp. When the ramp is open, Starlifter shift off balance. Fixed is Hercules Starlifter, all variants, vehicle landing gear, ramp Hercules spawn / land off balance on hangar floor. Handyman missions will be turned on as well. We added the F7C nose turret to shops. Also a reminder, we're back on PTU channel instead of ePTU. Definitely copy your 4.0 live folder and rename it PTU for this build. Hangar spawning will also be re-enabled for 4.0.1. Okay. WAC is estimating there'll be another 6 hours before the build drops, which is obviously not true because we know that they've delayed it for tomorrow. We've got a fix for passing out while eating and drinking right before kicking today's build. Issue was related to status effects while changing authority zones. And for ultra-wide users, the UI aspect ratio, increasing or decreasing the aspect modifier setting does not work. That's been fixed. 24 different check-ins for contested zones, performance optimizations. We've been doing work and more to come. Starting last night, we rolled out a hybrid fixes for 4.0 preview, replayer claim, restore custom loadouts. This is currently some meshes, but rolling out slowly. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, lots of good fixes with 4.0.1. Hey, Josh, how you doing? Doing good. Do you think the duping caused by the lack of quality of life or RMT is a real problem causing the exploits to come in quick? Almost certainly it's because they rushed it out. Where do we find the patch notes for 4.0.1? It's not out yet. It's coming out. The earliest it'll come out is tomorrow. These are all just comments that have been made by Wikipedia on that are gone to the ether. they were made in the Spectrum chat. I think we've all seen highly cinematic videos. I think CIG videos are very poor representations of the game experience. Do you believe that those videos made by Morphologist and Space Tomato are poor representations of the game experience? Because they also have very highly cinematic videos. We're not going to have the conversation on should CIG promote the game.
Damn
that's, you know.
SC is obviously doomed because I have been frustrated and annoyed by the bugs in 4.0 preview, as if 3 means anything to anyone anymore, and the fact that they dropped one of their biggest tech jumps and rollouts with only a skeleton crew, on purpose. Anyways, this obviously means SIG will be going out of business in June, RIP Squadron 42.
This is just in. Tom Henderson is reporting exactly what CIG Iris Dreadtide has said. Fucking fuck. Toe's videos are live gameplay with the org, and they're cinematic. Same with Morphologist. They have very cinematic, very highly polished videos. In case you missed it sale next week. Didn't they already do that? I thought they were doing one. I thought I saw them do it in case you missed it sale. I was like, what the fuck? They might do it again. Paul, thank God you're live today. I've been having a long question on my head regarding lore and rewards gear and weapons. Do you mind if I send it to you in Whisper? Because it's long text and I don't want to spam the chat. Yeah, sure, feel free. You can also send it to me on Discord and I'll read it out. CIG ate my baby. Well, respectively, where's that fiscal update? That's a good question. We haven't seen. They usually report at the end of the year. They usually report the previous year. Thank you, Carlos. thinks we're going to get fully mapped planets this year? What do you mean by that, Midnight? I'm happy that there are people unwilling to lavish praise upon the game. Vector, I'm not saying, like, I get what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. I just think it's a poor argument to make. Because if the argument is CIG shouldn't be promoting the game because the gameplay they show isn't representative 100% of the game that actually plays, you've just described like 100% of all video games. Usually, there is some gameplay struck into most gameplay video trailers, but they're usually not one-to-one. Usually, you have to watch a gameplay trailer to be able to see what the gameplay is like. Cinematic trailers exist throughout the entirety of video games and have forever. So I've never seen the argument that because something is flashy and slick, it is false advertising. Because the other thing is, CIG is reliant on continuing funds to come in. The only way they get continuing funds if they have new users coming in and trying the game out, paying for the game. And contrary to the community's belief, most people don't know about Star Citizen. Most gamers who play games don't know about Star Citizen. Probably the most people who know about Star Citizen are really hardcore gamers who are deep in the weeds when it comes to video games. But your average gamer, even your average PC gamer, has likely barely heard or never heard of Star Citizen. So them promoting the game as a way of saying, hey, our latest patch is out, isn't necessarily false advertising. And I think it's knee-jerk and very unproductive to claim that CIG, by doing videos, any video that doesn't 100% represent buggy gameplay, is false advertising. I think another problem is half the people who do know about Star Citizen have lost a lot of trust in Star Citizen. True, but you're not going to see those people come back until Star Citizen is good. But when it's good, they'll come back. You know how I know? Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky, Destiny 2, long lists of games which have had rough starts and improved. I am an old school OG Bean Bandit. All right, I've played DayZ since its earliest mod days. I remember the dark times of DayZ Beta, or DayZ Alpha, really, when the game would go for months without updating, like year plus without updating. But that game is got a healthy, thriving community today, and its engine is pretty good for what it is. These things happen. Even in alpha, weird things can happen and it can improve upon it. So I think in reality, 4.0 was a fantastic update because while it had some issues, it was the best Q4 they've ever had in terms of both funding and in terms of best December at least, but best Q4 patch they've ever had in terms of performance, in terms of stability. It's pretty good.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Oh God, we're gonna talk about Build 42, Cody.
You can never, ever take away my space game.
All right, I'm going to pause that because this is just going to go off. Thank you so much for gifting 5 YouTube memberships. Who was that? Teals. You're very important, pubbers. Very impressive business. Raining pedestrians. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. There we go. I'll throw them back on here after a bit. Many people don't realize Star Citizen is an alpha game that we can play. They buy in understanding that it's bad patch comes along and they get all upset. It's going to happen. Build 42, yeah. Talk about fucking controversy. Build 42, and man, I was watching the drama with Indie Stone. Like, whew, God damn, that community ate itself alive. I'm personally of the opinion that the more productive conversations when it comes to Star Citizen is more to do with how CIG is going to progress this year, rather than how CIG has done in the past, or you know, conversations about how Star Citizen is doomed. I am a little worried because while CIG does seem to be slimming down their US staff, and I wouldn't be surprised if most of the team in LA were gone by the end of the year, basically the city of Santa Monica was evacuated, which is where CIG's LA office is. So there may be developers, CIG developers, who've lost their homes or lost everything in this fire that's been going on in Southern California. So they may be affecting CIG directly. Not only, I mean, yes, it's shitty that it may affect our video game, but there are human beings who are being affected in this fire. And many of those people you may know because they've been on Inside Star Citizen. I don't know if Jared's family is okay. The fires are 3 to 4 miles from their office. It doesn't necessarily mean there aren't people who live 3 to 4 miles from the office. LA is not really a development studio per se. They do have teams that builds like ships and stuff there, but most of the stuff would be in Austin if there's any kind of backup. Smoke inhalation is an issue. Yeah, that's going to cause damage to the property as well. Smoke and other issues might cause damage to the electronics and stuff. I'm not arguing your point. I'm just saying how close they are. Okay, I didn't know if you were saying, oh, they're like 3 to 4 miles away. It's like, that's pretty fucking close. I did reach out to the people I do know who work at CIG LA and used to work at CIG LA, and they're all fine. They're panicked, and there's kind of a daze, or everyone's in a haze right now, because right now, what LA's the public services of LA are trying to do is not necessarily fight the fire as much as, or contain the fire as much as they're trying to evacuate people to make sure people are okay. So, as somebody who grew up in the Bay Area and lived through the Oakland Hills fire, it's terrifying. That sort of experience is terrifying because you have no idea like what's going to happen, and it's so random. There are fires in parts of California which will burn like a specific area, and like one side of the road is completely fine and the other side is completely gone. It's like hellscape. You're from LA and the fires are so easy or so eerie. Yeah We should have never sent you these. Now it's just the stupid bastard who actually imported the eucalyptus trees because he thought they'd be good for shipbuilding. What a fucking moron. You used to live south of LA and HB. Yeah. Hopefully you all are safe. LA is in fire, Oklahoma is a winter wonderland. Quite the contrast right now. I live in Austin, Texas. It was freezing rain here. Like, I can still hear the patters of like rain on my window. I will make a brief announcement for those of you who are interested in the organization I run, the League of Relic Enthusiasts, or LORE. The League is probably going to be going through some culling in the near future. I'll give more updates when it happens. But the idea behind it is we're going to likely go through and find people who've been inactive, who just have never showed up to our events or we don't recognize, and remove them from the group. That doesn't mean you can't come back and join the group. But we're looking to build up a team of active players who play regularly in our events and stuff like that, so we can sort of build up a core of people to see who does what. And then as we go forward, we will kind of, you know, sort things out and get people sorted properly. We don't want this to be a job for anybody or anything like that. We just want to make sure we have a, you know, we know who we can pull for being like, oh, you're here all the time. You want to be an officer, that kind of thing. So. Paul is going to pull all my accounts.
Valicet just had a space baby. 07.
Thank you so much for that 9 months of support there, Valicet. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, a very pedestrian. This is your fault. You turn drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. YouTube alerts back on. Oh, I'm just talking about the league, the organization. Basically, we're trying to figure out who is active in the group. Like Iris jokes, but Iris, you're always in our events, so you're probably not gonna get cold. But we just have so many random people in the group who I've added because they're like, hey, can I join your org? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So yeah. I don't want to be want to do activities. I want to be an agent for an org. I mean, yeah, like we'll when we get back to like figuring out those sorts of roles, we'll move some people in there, kind of stuff. So. Shipbuilding. Paul, where'd you hear that one? If I recall, uses caliber is primarily imported by a couple of railroad corps used for fuel in place of coal. That may be the issue. The corps got swindled because the Aussies sold them the ideal on the idea and neglected to mention the eucalyptus species selected takes 100 to 200 years to mature. That's why the eucalyptus groves generally match up where their old light freight trains used to run. Thank you for letting me know that, Shadowstalker. I remembered that it was something to do with some business people's importing it because they thought it would be good for ship masts because of how tall they grew. But that sounds probably closer to correct. I do remember it was a big boondoggle because it was complete fucking awful. And I know that they are an absolute menace in the Bay Area because they choke out local wildlife, local plants. So when I was a Boy Scout in the Bay Area, we would often go plant pine trees and we would cart away old eucalyptus. And there was an active kind of movement in the Bay Area to just remove all the eucalyptus, basically just cull, completely destroy all the eucalyptus in the area and replace it with more, you know, natural, original stuff. So it grows tall and but not straight and doesn't have the timber strength to act as a mast. Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, that's why I thought it was like they were swindled into believing that was the case, and it was just like, nope. There's still that movement to remove the eucalyptus. Last I'd heard it was doing pretty well in the Bay Area. Like they'd removed a lot from the coastal regions. I tend to stay active, but I'm currently looking for a job. Don't want my future. So I get it, Mason. Don't worry about that one. Yeah. Question: what is widescreen? My new monitor is 7680 by 2160. I believe it's aspect ratio rather than size. Chat, you can correct me on that one. I'm not too familiar on different like aspect ratios and sizes and widescreens and stuff like that. Widescreen is 16 by 9, 32 by 9 aspect ratio. Thank you, Darsh. 32 by 9 is ultra widescreen. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so I was right. It's an aspect ratio thing, not necessarily screen size. 4 a.m. start times are really killer for me. Only managed to join 1 or 2 ops down the southern hemisphere. Oh, that's the thing, Hourglass. It's like when we go through, we got to figure out like, can we do organizations or events for people in the Oceania, in Australia region, that kind of thing. The big problem with eucalyptus is once it's matured, it's basically napalm the plant. I literally did both a Boy Scout project and I believe a school project on eucalyptus about how dangerous eucalyptus is for fire. Because I did some literal field testing. I mean, I lit a fire in a controlled area with eucalyptus and timed the burn rates of the of various different natural substances, and I found that eucalyptus, it's bad. It burns like crazy. Fire germination is bullshit. What do you mean by that, Hourglass? Planning org event for all time zones is freaking hard. Yeah. They have a lot of natural oils that help with repel pests. So I'm assuming that's why it burns so well. Yeah, it's basically, from my remembrance, is that when you heat the inside of a eucalyptus, eventually when the heat gets too much, the oils burst. And when they burst, they burst on fire. So it kind of helps propagate fire faster because the oils burn much, like stick to things and burn them. Eucalyptus germinate via fire. So they spread via fire. Okay. There's a lot of plants that spread by a fire, though. Even in the West Coast. If I remember correctly, a lot of the old growth forests did. Because that's the natural, like, cycle. This is old man who grew up in California, spent a lot of time in the woods. The way that the forests function in California, or they used to, was they would build up a dead, trees would grow, then they would die. And when they died, they'd eventually catch on fire. And then eventually the entire forest would light on fire. And this process would cause new ground for obviously more things to grow. But it would also kickstart a new generation, which spread via fire. And this cycle would happen frequently throughout the thousands, if not millions of years that California's habitat has been as the way it is. And it was even so frequent that, if I remember correctly, the native inhabitants, the original inhabitants of California, used to do controlled burns of the forests where they would intentionally burn portions of the forest that were getting too old so they wouldn't spread out of control. Yeah, I remember it was some pine trees do, because the pine cones release at the time, like the cones themselves release at that kind of stuff. And the problem was that once the native inhabitants were forced out of the land, killed, or just died out, a lot of those practices to like keep the forest from just fucking lighting on fire every so often were not used anymore. And so and we didn't really need it as much because logging began to get pretty intense in the region. And so a lot of areas were cut down. But once the logging practices were curtailed in like the 60s and 70s, because they make for ugly forests and not good places to go visit, which is bad for tourism. And since a lot of like the mountainous regions of California make their living off of tourism, they began to pull back, also environmentalism and stuff like that, began to stop that. But the problem was they never figured out how to deal with the dead tree problem. So when I was young, I remember there was a lot of discussion about what really needed to happen, and especially a lot of those coastal forest areas, was you either needed to do controlled burns or you needed to go in and cut down a bunch of trees living trees, including living trees, because often you need to get like logging trucks in to pull out dead trees. You need to clear out an area, so that would cause a lot of destruction. You'd have to devastate a certain part of the forest in order to clear it out to prevent it from fire hazards. And environmentalists were psychopathic when it came to like, no cutting trees, nothing. This is all just some sort of psyop to get the logging companies more access to our forests. So no, which partially was true. And as a result, I remember as a young man in the 90s and early 2000s being like, we're gonna fucking burn up, you idiots. Please we need to do something about the forests because they're a fucking time bomb. They will go up instantly. That's why I did my school project. It was a high school project and a scouting project on eucalyptus and the fire propagation and that kind of stuff, because I was just like, fucking fuck. Nah, it's climate change. It is, to a degree, climate change making things worse. But the problem is California politics is messy as shit. And it's not helping with the fact. Bay Area. Okay, a fellow Bay Area. A fellow Yay Area stuff, you know. Hey, Dracon, hopefully everything is okay there, buddy. Stay safe. Don't take risks. Oh, yeah, you sent me that text. Yeah, I'll get it. Oh, you can't send a long text? I definitely got one from you. Why does CIG make some weapons available only in CZs, removing them from stores? Are they going to leave those guns and gear as variants, like special versions and/or attrition style for Puto rewards? That meaning we lost normal weapons and gear from stores. Aren't those weapons like the NTB made by companies in game? Are those weapon military only stuff, or we can't buy? So there's no lore reason behind it, not yet at least. But the thing you have to understand about the like landing zones in Star Citizen, especially Stanton, is that each government has its own regulations. Every planet in the Star Citizen universe is its own government. They're led by what's called the Board of Governors, a governor is a representative of a nation, and each nation, some planets have multiple nations on them. Some of them only have one, but depends on the size. And so each planet has almost full autonomy onto what it can do. As long as it doesn't intercede with UEE law, if it doesn't like directly contradict UEE law, any planet can do whatever it wants. So the easy lore answer is Stanton doesn't want you to have fucking like railguns. CG wants people to play CZs. Yeah. Is there even a lore reason for CZs? Yeah. The stations are huge and decrepit, and so there's large sections of the stations which aren't controlled by the or aren't actively controlled or even dealt with by the local population, local inhabitants. So there's no point. Yeah, they're like space hulks is a good way of putting it. They're ancient. A lot of these stations were built in the 25 and 2600s. Like I think Ruin Station was built in the early 27th century. I want to say. No, it was the mid 26th century, and we're currently in the 30th century. So 400 years. I'm sorry, Red Marine. Yeah, I would say the only thing that's unrealistic about Star Citizen's lore is the fact that the UEE under the Mezzers lasted like 300 plus years. Ostentatious, I'm not going to get into this. Because I don't want people spreading conspiracy theories in my chat. Headhunters or citizens for prosperity? I'm going to go with the headhunters every day. They're kind of weird and bad, but I don't like the Karens for prosperity. Ostentatious, just drop it, buddy. It's the Pyro HOA, yeah. I don't want to be a Karen IRL, but I want to RP one in Pyro. Yeah, I like the honest answer is once we have Fire Rat reputation, Fire Rats. I hear the whispers of the prophets, baby. Headhunters are also intent on challenging Xenothrd for Ruin Station. Yes, yes, they are. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a coalition of headhunters, fire rats. Like there's another one I don't know about that's there. It's like it starts with an H. There's been literally no lore on them. I don't know who the fuck they are. Oh, I forgot the name. Horizon, I think. Maybe them. Yes, Vector, I will also give you shit for liking the Hurstons. That's one thing I like about Star Citizen's lore, though. Like the way that they write it, it's very intentional. The writers are very clear, and it's something that even Dave Haddock mentioned, is that they don't want to create a universe that has rights and wrongs. They don't want to create a universe of good guys and bad guys. They want to create a universe that is shades of gray, where people can see their own ideas and politics and personalities in some groups and see others in others. And I think they do a really good job of building that sort of framework out. And I think the next step, and I do think that CIG already knows this, is to build characters in each organization that people can latch on to. Because, I mean, look what happened to Tessa. Tessa Bannister, if for those OGs who remember her, was a fucking phenom. Everyone loved Tessa Bannister. Like, people are still waiting for Ticia Pacheco, whom Boss Bitch is not the name for it. I don't even know what the name is for that woman. That woman is not to be crossed. She will fucking burn your house down with you in it after inviting you to tea. That woman is like absolutely going to kill everybody. Astro, everyone still loves Tessa Bannister, except for you. You forget, Omega. Half of the community never saw Tessa. Slay, queen. Literally slay. The lore still feels like a dated sci-fi movie. That's because it's more built around 80s science fiction, like 80s, early 90s science fiction. So it has a lot of those elements to it. And the reason why the lore itself is kind of off, in my opinion, is because what we have is world building and no story.
2 words. Distress bacon.
We have a lot of framework, but we don't have any characters. We don't have any events that we can participate in. We don't have any stakes. Like, we don't really know what's going on. So it feels like a universe that is half created, because that's what it is. Why'd they remove Tessa? I don't know. But they had an entire mission chain with Tessa. I'm not even joking. There are audio files of her entire mission chain. The UK alien design is very campy. Bird aliens, brilliant. Turtle aliens, also brilliant. Piranha aliens, they could be the bad guys. And short group people. Short. They're tall. They're tall as fuck. Banu are like 7 foot, 8 foot tall. They're taller than the Vandul. What was the mission about? As far as I can remember, the mission chain centered around her discovering either a Vandul or an outlaw buildup in the Stanton system that was going to attack her station, and it concluded with you having to go onto her station and rescue her from attacking Vandul while she called for backup. But it was a lot of those missions, a lot of the kind of personal, a lot of the missions I've heard from the audio were more built around a story where you met the mission givers and really got to know the mission givers, to even social missions with them before reaching a climax, and they would send you on to another one.
Ever take away my space game.
Trouble Magnet just resubscribed for 86 months. I don't even know how many years this is. Thanks for the lore and discussions.
Thank you, Trouble Magnet, for the 86 months of support. You're a very important pub, very impressive, very pedestrian.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No,
but you can never.
They're going to go realistic, Eurus. They'd make the British the bad guys, like every science fiction.
G-Sharp just resubscribed for 70 months.
Thank you so much, G-Sharp, for that 70 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, there was a full mission chain for Tessa that involved you finding out a bunch of lost archives. So, like, effectively, you'd have a mission where you had to go recover a black box, and in the black box was audio recordings of the various last moments of each ship, culminating in realizing that these ships were being attacked by the Vandul, and you had to fight the Vandul, which is really, it's funny because there was a comment I saw on one of my videos where someone who was an Elite Dangerous fan, and this is not a shade at Elite Dangerous fans. This is just something I've seen a lot, especially from fans of like Eve and Elite and other games when they talk about Star Citizen. And this is kind of vice versa. This happens with Star Citizen fans to other games as well, which is that they said they were gloating that in Elite you could fight aliens. And you haven't been able to fight aliens for 12 years in Star Citizen. And I'm like, okay, this guy's literally never played Star Citizen then. Because that's literally one of the first things you could do in Star Citizen when we had Arena Commander, Vandul Swarm. I think it was literally the first thing you could do. Before you could even PvP, you could do Vandul Swarm. Vandul Swarm was like the first game mode. Literally fighting aliens in the first game mode. Yeah, and Tisa mission ended with the Vandul, so the Vandul were in the PU too. And you can still play Vandul Swarm. It's been updated and expanded. But when you look in their cockpit, was there an alien? I mean, generally no. Sometimes they were. I think sometimes they actually had alien models. Sometimes they weren't. It depended on the build. But like, you can't look into the cockpit of a Thargoid. I mean, can you go fight FPS and hit fist fight a Thargoid in Elite? I thought they were just ships. So you can fight aliens as much as you can in Star Citizen as you could in Elite. If I recall, AC came out with both PvP and Vandal Swarm and Capture the Court Free Flight. If I remember correctly, the PvP stuff came out later. Like, if this is faulty, might be faulty memory here, but I remember them rolling out the PvP. So while they were rolling out the PvP, everyone had access to Vandal Swarm. And then as you got access to the PvP modes, it can expand out there. Exactly, it doesn't count on either side. Question: Did they ever do anything with the Imperator we voted on a few years ago? I remember the science candidate one. They did a little bit. She kind of got stonewalled because of the realities of politics. Because she's a non-party candidate, like not even a third party. There's already 3 parties. A 4th party, or a non-partisan candidate. And so she didn't work in the system. So that basically all the parties were snubbing her. She did get a few things passed, like I think the labor secretary of the UEE is Tavaran. It's the first Tavaran to serve in the government in an administration role. She tried to get a Xi'an citizen, someone who is a citizen of the UEE who's also a Xi'an. So they tried to give them the role of ambassador to the Xi'an Empire, and that was voted down. Because like even in the Senate, the Congress was like, listen, we get the idea. We understand why you did this. But they were literally like, they literally live for like 5 centuries. And this one's only like over 100 years old, slightly old, like just beyond adulthood. And they lived most of their life in the Xi'an Empire. They've only lived in the UEE for like 70 years. So like they grew up in the Xi'an Empire. We don't know what their loyalty's like. We gave them citizenship as a thank you to helping us negotiate the Huxaw agreement. But we don't trust them to be the fucking like intelligence, handling UEE intelligence reports on the Xi'an Empire. No. Yes, that was also true. CIG was entirely gobsmacked that we would choose her. So they had no idea what to do with her. They did say recently in one of the Lore Makers community questions that they are going to do more with her soon, which is a good sign, I think. Question: what makes us citizens? Nothing. Did we do anything like military service? No, we are not citizens. Citizenship is earned in Star Citizen. Even in the game, when you start the game, you will not have citizenship. I'm hoping they continue to have the fact that if you've played Squadron 42, you're considered to have citizenship because you played Squadron 42. I like Crusader as a faction. Truly Newman's own salad dressing of the Starship manufacturing. Yes. You gotta have a YouTube name with the word citizen in your name, of course. It says Citizen Ninja. Thank you, the Mad Bobbers. The Mad Bombers. They did make the claim about citizenship from serving Squadron 42. Are they backtracking on that now? It's not that they are backtracking, they just haven't clarified it. They've not said it since CitizenCon. They have not clarified if that's still a way of gaining citizenship. Because they've also said specifically that the main mission of Star Citizen, the main quest of Star Citizen that you play, which is kind of introduce you to all the factions and everything else like that, is going to give you citizenship at the end of that main quest. Wasn't Squadron 42 like 50 years ago? More like 10. Squadron 42 happens in 2945. It is currently 2955. So about 10 years before. October 2945 was when the invasion of Vega 2 happens, when the Battle of Vega 2 happens. That's at least when it starts. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2946 because it is the end of 2945, and you go through your player is going to go through training, and the training process we know from lore takes a while. It can take a year for full training. Though again, the academy is probably a little different because you're already a starman. So let's just say 6 months accelerated training. So you pick up you start the game truly, Act 1 after the prologue, the three chapter prologue, probably in May of 2946. So we're gonna be the grizzled vet. I'm calling everyone kid. I haven't heard citizenship must be earned in a long while. You got to remember also, citizenship is not guaranteed. Service does not guarantee citizenship. If you serve in the military, you may get citizenship, but you have to do a great deed for the empire, meaning you have to prove that you did something worthy of being a citizen. If you don't get citizenship. Think they'll change it? I don't think so. I think they'll eventually make that because it's a great tie-in from a gameplay perspective and from a marketing perspective. I think that's a great incentive to be like, if you play Squadron 42 and beat Squadron 42, you can start with citizenship and Star Citizen. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, I don't want to have to play a different game to be able to get my rewards in this game. You can still play Star Citizen and get citizenship through the main quest. And they said that the main quest is going to be like 30 to 40 hours, which is how long Squadron 42 is going to be. So why not? I just hope they add a ton of VA in the main quest line. Voice acting? Yes, I do too. You must complete your tour. I thought that was required, not exceptional service, just don't wash out. Nope, you had to, not necessarily exceptional service, you had to go before a citizenship board. You have to apply for it. You have to go before a citizenship board, and you have to be approved by the citizenship board. It's usually a formality, especially if you served with distinction. But it's not guaranteed. There have been people who served in the military who did not get citizenship. It's one of the reasons why Tavaran, who are given the option either prison or military, the reason why there aren't just a shit ton of Tavaran who were ex-cons who are now citizens, that's a lot of the reasons why they're not citizens. We need a few more voice lines when you destroy a ship. Is Star Citizen, is see on the citizenship board? How much have you pledged? Yeah. I really hope that they actually go full bore with that citizenship board thing, where you like have to go before a citizenship board at the end of your quest line, and you have to like justify why you should be citizen. Kind of like the council meetings in Mass Effect, where you have to like go before the board and they'll like read off everything you've done in the game for like for the main story. Also, you need to fill out the paperwork. Thank you, Papa McBooty. You crashed a javelin. Why should I get you citizenship? You don't care to be a UE citizen? That's fine, but there will be perks for being a citizen, like gameplay perks. Peak CIG paperwork. I think that they'll do it. I think they'll make you fill out paperwork for it as part of the process. In triplicate. Well, I mean, the character creation screen in Squadron 42 is literally filling out paperwork. They literally are having you fill out paperwork. You have to fill out forms. And those forms correspond to like gameplay difficulty, your character's name, your character's portrait, your voice, the voice, you know, the body, that kind of stuff. poop and paperwork. True realism for CIG. Oh, and taxes. Don't forget taxes. Some actor got bloody knighthood. I lost both kneecaps fighting the Van Duel, and all I get is this t-shirt. I mean, to be fair, saving the entirety of the of a Bengal and probably the entirety of Vega, or large sections of the Second Fleet and Vega, by crashing a javelin into a kingship to stop it from self-destructing. I think you earned citizenship by doing that. I think you get on citizenship just for doing that. I like we have options though. Like it can just be in Pyro and flip off the UE. Yeah, that's the sandbox nature of it that I like. Now you've earned it by not needing to pay to replace the Jav Astro. Okay, Omega, do I need to explain to you again how many fucking admirals have crashed a goddamn javelin? 2. All right? It's not that much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Technically a capital ship, not a javelin. They practically crashed themselves, okay? If anything, you should be promoted to Admiral for crashing that motherfucker, all right? You did what? I crashed a javelin into a kingship. Congratulations, Admiral. Here's your no papers. You'd think it'd be hard to crash in space. UE admirals have a tendency to crash ships in space. I'm pretty sure Gillian Anderson crashes that one. True. They're books, yeah. They still have paper. I don't think you use a lot of paper in the verse because it's just inefficient, but thank you, Logwood. But for those of you who don't know, there is actually a crash javelin on Daymar. I'm sorry, Damer. You know, also these books. I need to get a new, like, background at some point. Need to hire a good artist. Damer. Mm-hmm. Also, I got word from Scoot. Scoot says that he is not leaving Damer. He's just opening up a new branch of his business in Pyro. Does he franchise? Possibly. I'm bummed they ruined NPCs by cleaning them up. What do you mean by cleaning them up? By just like removing them from existence? They kind of have to. It's performance based. The game Star Citizen is always going to be restricted by the realities of gameplay and the realities of hardware. So the option is either make NPCs incredibly difficult to kill and limit their numbers, which is going to defeat immersion, or keep them in high numbers and end up having to clean up the dead NPC bodies. UE missions are missing in Star Citizen. I get it. Stanton is policed by corpse, but eventually being able to do UE missions or even the CDF for rep and rewards would be great. I think they'll do CDF missions. I don't think they'll do the UE because they even said they want to keep like the advocacy and the UE as sort of a neutral arbiter in most of the things in Star Citizen. This is still early days for server meshing. I'm sure things will change with NPCs in the future. Oh yeah, I'm sure they'll do their best to try to keep the immersion there. I'm sorry, the immersion there as much as possible. But they're going to do cleanups. I think they're always going to do aggressive cleanups because it's just better for performance. And how much gameplay does it add that you pile up corpses like cordwood? It's not a very very immersive, not very a gameplay oriented thing. It's more immersion, but like, you know. Later, Midnight Wolf. Flame Ray. Any idea how the Daymar Rally is going to shape up this year with server meshing? I thought that they already did the Daymar Rally. Did they delay it again? It's on the 18th. Okay. I think it'll do okay. You were asked to fly at 890 jump 2 days ago. Oh, nice. I heard it was earlier because if I remember in the past, Daymar Rally is typically in like February, if I remember correctly. Though it usually is also the first patch after the first month after the patch. So yeah, January makes sense. There was a game in that was like Rome based, like gladiatorial based, where like if someone died, one of the like side people would come in and drag the bodies away, which could fuck up things, and also like drag like equipment away if you dropped it to clean things up. Better question: with 500 people on a server, how are they going to protect Daymar Rally? By putting 500 people in the race? I'm always security teams. Like, I remember talking to Zool and Corsair and Crucian about this. Something like last year, they had something like, was it like 20 different teams for just one event. Is 4.0.1 out for the PTU? It is not. It is coming. It was originally going to come out today, but apparently it was delayed till tomorrow. So it's going to be out in the PTU tomorrow. I literally thought it was going to be live today as I started the stream, but I was told that they delayed it. Fair point. I hope they get 500 people. I'll be astounded if they get 5 or 6 together on the spot. No, they have a lot of folks. They always have had a lot of folks. The lore behind the rally has aggressors. What? What are you talking about, Kelsar? By the way, can you get a follow command for Kelsar? Another streamer here, Star Citizen. I'd like more Tavaran-related things throughout Star Citizen lifetime, maybe in a mini event. I think CIG just didn't realize how much the Tavaran were going to be a fan favorite. Because I don't think there's many Tavarin fans, but I think those who are Tavarin fans are absolutely dedicated to the Burbs. Like soul-minded. You don't nearly see as much dedication to the Xi'an or to the Banu or even the Vanduul. Like there's just something that people really like about the birds. All the furries love the Tavarin. Yeah, they are basically the furry race. Wait, wrong platform. Double shit. Permission to do that. Thank you, Darsh. Yeah, emergent gameplay. It's not called the dirtiest race in the verse for nothing. Everyone's heard about the bird. Bird. All right, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. You heathens need to chill on the freaking like spikes, okay? On the stuff. I'm watching you. Watch for the button. Button is on. Watch it. You can see my door now.
Weapons free, y'all.
Mission complete. Burrito. I eat.
That's
Stand by for Titanfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself now.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. Mission complete. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Okay. Your button's gone. Your button's gone. I need to figure out things to do with those. What's happening? I have fun button. I have like audio think triggers that people can hit when they spend like YouTube or credits or coins in Twitch. And so it's become tradition every time we do an office hours. When I leave to use the restroom or grab something to drink, Twitch will just spam that. Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you how bad that spam is? The freedom, that freedom yell, it consistently, and I mean consistently, gets picked up by the copyright bots. Y'all spam it so much that YouTube recognizes it, even though it's less than 30 seconds, it recognizes it as a clip from a movie. That's how bad it is. I constantly have to, like, if you're watching this after the fact and there's sections that are just muted during that crazy like spam, it's because YouTube copyrights it. Oh, come on, Professor. You know the rules. Teacher leaves the room. The kids go nuts. You'd be surprised how calm kids are. I've had to do that in an emergency every so often where it's just like no one's coming to watch the kids. So I have to use the restroom. So I just have to leave to go use the restroom. Usually it's only, 30 seconds max. But I also have seniors. So they're usually pretty good. Usually focus on stuff. That's so dumb and great at the same time. I know, right? Add a 0 to the price? I probably will. So apparently, I know Loken does it so that you can use the coins, like the stream currency, to get entries for giveaways. So I might do something like that. Demoralize security teams to protect racers. It will definitely be interesting to have so many different teams on the same server. Previous years, they've held the rally across multiple servers. We're talking about over 300 players, including staff racers, support ships, cameramen, security, and aggressors. Yeah. So you're just dreading what they're about to deal with. I mean, yeah, the thing is that seniors are, 18 years old, so they know the game, and they know, and most of the time they just use the excuse if I have to step out for whatever reason, just to go be on their phones. For Gleam entries. Okay. I don't know how you can do that. Hey, how you doing, Ox? Master, we had a cat get through security and land at the start. Damn. Then Daemon Rally is destroyed by a black screen. Quick question. Has the black screen been happening to people recently? Wow, 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 wow. Yum, yum, yum. Big Benny noodles. So yum, so wow. Hold on.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 53 months. Wow, 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 wow. Yum, yum, yum. Big Benny's noodles. Wow, wow, wow. Big Benny's noodles. Yum, yum, yum. Big Benny's noodles. So yum, grab, eat.
Spam your emotes, chat. Dance emotes time. Fun fact, there's lore behind Big Benny's. This is the most happy making song ever. So, the fun part about this, here's some background. This is background from Disco Lando. The original Big Benny's theme was a very short creation of Ross Tregenza, aka Goteki, from the UK audio team. When the community unexpectedly latched onto Big Benny's and made it a thing, I approached Ross about expanding this tip into a full-length track. Together, we worked out the story beats. We felt it'd be humorous to add a story journey into the depths of addiction to something as simple as a box of noodles. The highs you get when eating Benny's and the inevitable crash when you run out, the only cure, more Big Benny's, of course. This is an off-the-books project for Ross and I. We're working on our own as fans, not just of Big Benny's, but what the community had been making Big Benny's into. When the idea came to the music video, we wanted to strictly in the realm of fans. So we ended up spending 3 months collecting footage from players, including myself. There was many of the content creators and players had done a bunch of this. I'm going to put this in there so you can see the actual footage behind this. To put together the final touch was enlisting Star Citizen fan video editor Years 100. He spent weeks collecting and working on reworking the footage with minimal input from me. We wanted to be truly community creation. It fostered a bit of it fostered a bit from a little help from here and there. I think in the end we put together something fun for our off time that hope the entire community will enjoy. You making machinima? No, we're talking about like I helped getting some footage for this. Yeah, the Fruity Oats bar from Serenity. That's definitely the inspiration behind this because this was from the original little Big Benny noodles, little thing that goes off near the Big Benny's machines. That was in the original 2.0. So yeah. Bad News Baron helped popularize it, but Baron wasn't the only one who was doing the moving Big Benny's noodles machines around. Yep, it is technically my partnerversary, though we're going to celebrate my partnerversary later this month. Yeah. No, I remember it because I think it was somebody else who discovered you could move the Big Benny's machine. And it was Baron who decided to, I think it was like Flint who did it first. Might have been Grockies who did it first. And then Baron said, I can do that. And then went even further. And then the community just started doing random shit with Big Benny's. We used to steal Big Benny's machines from Kovalex, the Kovalex station. And then seeing where we could take the Big Benny's machines and move them all the way back to our Habs in Olisar. I'm unsure. The music is nice, but how will we survive without hearing "Come, visit Orison in the city in the clouds" every minute? Was it back when we were stealing from Kovalex? Yeah. Gundo Kovalex. Everyone calls it Gundo now, which is weird. It's like Gundo, the Gundo station. Like Gundo? Oh, you mean Kovalex? Back in like 319. Oh, no. This was 2.4. That's when we were stealing this thing. 2.0. I know Gundo is the name. It's called the Gundo Kovalex station. It's owned by Kovalex. It's called the Gundo station. But nobody called it Gundo, Darj. You know, nobody got. We called it the Kovalex station. I called it Gundo because I've been called the wrong name all my life and I will not spread that curse. Whatever you say, Dark Janitor. Gundo, it's what packages crave. No joke, Asa, at one point they had actually been working on vending machine repair missions. No shit. At one point you could go to stations, get a mission to go to stations and repair vending machines. And I'm so fucking sad they never and went through with that idea. Because it's like, please, for the love of fucking God, get some Red Dwarf references up in this bitch, please. For those who know Red Dwarf, if those who don't know Red Dwarf is a parody of every 80s and 90s science fiction that exists. It is basically a spoof on Blade Runner, Star Trek, Star Wars, aliens, everything. And yeah, it's a sci-fi spoof. And it follows the last human on Earth, whose name is David Lister, who was a vending machine repairman. Which is great. Last man alive. Not last man on Earth. Last man alive on a deep space mining ship called Red Dwarf. Yeah, not on Earth. Last man Last Man Alive. I think it's called The Last Man on Earth is actually the name of one of the novelizations of it. So yeah. So one of the like the when I heard they were gonna do vending machine repair missions, my thought was, you Smeggin like brilliant bastards. Please. I love the brand new ship dealer commercial to play in Gundo. Humans love breathing, said in vacuum. What would you like to see in low volume, high risk career path down the line? Any particular types of missions? Obviously, you know, smuggling missions for the illegal stuff, but I could see like data running being that, or like specific high value courier missions for like valuables and stuff like that. Yeah, legit couriers. Thank you, Volts. 4.0.1 out yet? No, it was supposed to be out tonight, but they delayed it. They had some issues, so they delayed it till tomorrow. Military and R&D stuff would likely run off of more small scale couriers. Probably most major companies. Any major company would have that has small value would run off of a courier rather than putting it into major stuff because they probably want more direct shipping. The one thing that couriers need to be is kind of like what box missions are right now, where they're direct point to point. So they should be longer than your typical mission. But you could do like what originally box missions were. Like you could used to, like, kid you not, pick up a box in Loreville, like in the central Loreville area, and take a box and deliver it to one of the outside stations, one of the wall, like the exterior entry points, the gates to one of the gates. So you literally pick up a box, take the tram to the outside, and then deliver the box to the in the outside. I'd love to see missions like that, which require almost no vehicles or just short hops as the initial courier missions, and then work your way up to being valuable. And the higher you go up in the value, in terms of like what you're doing, the higher the value the missions are, the longer they are, the more money you make. So 4.0.1 goes to PTU. How long until it goes to 4.0 preview? I don't think we'll see once. The perimeter line. Thank you. I think once 4.0.1 comes out, that will no longer be preview. I think that'll be there live. They'll no longer support 3.24 at that point. So like literally intra-city FedEx missions. Yeah. Bike courier missions. Like in New York and other large cities, they often have bike couriers where you can like hire someone to come up, grab documents or other major or other important things, and then directly carry it through busy cities. 4.0 preview, I think, goes live before 4.0.1, possibly. 4.0.1 will be live on Sunday at the earliest, maybe later. I doubt we're going to see 4.0.1 come out this weekend. I think it'll probably come out next week at the earliest. Bike couriers shall Huntsworth beat data runners. It's true. So I've been out of the loop for a bit. Physicalized damage and armor being worked on? Yes. It is part of the... it's been confirmed to be the Maelstrom system. Maelstrom system is physicalized damage and armor. I know they were clear those were separate to Vulcan, and Vulcan was big work right now, and they had done work on armor, but had been the idea that they wanted. They also think they wanted to get a Talon cockpit pod. So there's a lot of different things that need to get done, but the Vulcan, it's not Vulcan, it has to do with the Maelstrom. Maelstrom has been integrated into the main branch of Star Citizen, but the dev branch, but it hasn't been integrated into the game yet. And I think they need to have, sorry, not Vulcan, but Maelstrom. Yeah, they want to get engineering in, and they probably need to get other aspects of the game in when it comes to like management. So I don't know if we'll see that this year, but almost certainly we'll see it in 2026. Because it was clear from the letter from the chairman, and here's the question. I don't know. Someone asked earlier if I think this year is still make or break. Yes. I don't think this is a make or break year so much as it's a put up or shut up year. CIG has to prove that they can produce gameplay that is playable, that people can enjoy now that they have 4.0 out. They need to prove that the floodgates are in fact open for content before they, in order to win the trust back of people who've been burned by them. I know personally, I have been saying, listen, I'll wait until 4.0 is out and they have most of the systems in place before I start getting super like nitpicky with CIG. Because I get it. They're still building a lot of stuff. It's complicated. A lot of R&D stuff. That shit can go weird. They can get wonky. But that's done. There's still other things to do on it, but it's more improving what they have rather than building brand new systems. So now that it's done, it's up to CIG to start making a game rather than an R&D project. CIG said at 4.0.1 would not go live until Sunday. Wow, they think that's a really quick turnaround. I don't believe the CIG is going to be able to make it go live by Sunday. I think 4.0.1, CIG is overestimating. I think at the earliest we would see it is next Thursday. Question, do you think we'll see NPC ships flying around doing cargo missions that we can pirate? Yeah, I think this year we'll definitely see that. There already exist. For those of you who don't know, you can find random NPCs flying around with cargo. They do show up. If you stay in an area long enough, so like if you stay in an OM point long enough, they just spawn. You can't get into 4.0 anymore? Why can't you get into 4.0, Dr. Metropolis? If you had the 6001 error, they did a hot fix for that a couple of days ago. It started where I couldn't get into my hangar. Like, how long ago was this, Dr. Metropolis? They did a bunch of hot fixes. I had 2 largely crash-free days of quiet vulture time in Yellow Belt. It's been nice. Yeah, I've been able to avoid most of the major issues, so. Since Monday. Okay. So is it just you can't log into the game at all? Is it you can't do anything in the game? Have you tried doing a character repair? You never seen neutral NPC ships flying around? Oh, I've seen it a lot. Often what you'll see is a neutral NPC flying around being attacked by pirates that aren't part of a mission or anything like that. They just show up. Like, you can't log into the game? Like, you have to be a little bit more specific. Saying I can't get into the game could mean I can't launch the game, I can't get into the launcher, I can't get into the PU, I can't get into my hangar. Like, what is it? I'm brand new and I'm trying this 4.0, nothing works. Can you be more specific, Hagglers? I had no problem getting into live. Okay. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Hagglers. You're saying nothing works. What doesn't work? What do you mean? Be specific. Use your words. Try to open a door, won't open a door. Try to do a mission, no tracker. So yeah, no tracker has been an issue. Everything is broken. Sounds like you probably should back off until the fixes come in then, Hagglers. I get to the loading screen and it just stays there. So you're having infinite loading? Is that what you're saying? You try to log into the verse, so you get into the game, you go into the PU and it infinite loads. You're stuck in loading also now. I'm not a help desk, so I couldn't tell you the fixes for those. Chat might be able to help you though. They may know some fixes there. Here's the question, both for Hagglers and for Dr. Metropolis. Do you have hard drives, or do you have old physical hard drives, or do you have solid state drives? Because if things are taking a long time to load... yeah, here's the key to see if things are loading up as well. Hit the tilde key. And you have SSD. Okay. Hit the tilde key to see if you're loading up. But I would go to the Star Citizen Discord or on the Star Citizen website, robertspaceindustries.com, in the Spectrum chat. They have in their community forum section called Spectrum. You go to the chat, the live chat. There's actually a place called the Live Help Desk, which are staffed by players, not by the developers, who try to give you workarounds for what they have. NVE, you loaded now? Okay. Infinite loading, try loading up Arena Commander. Okay, that could work too. But yeah, Hagglers, you're not gonna see a lot of stuff is just isn't working properly in Star Citizen right now. So a lot of those issues are going to be addressed in 4.0.1. Probably not all of them, but enough of them so that it's not going to be as bad. But it's an alpha, so there's going to be things that just straight up don't work. Don't Alt 4 use quit in the command window too? Good to know. I always use Alt 4. I had to rewatch episode 150 recently of the Inside Star Citizen. Okay. What happened to building interiors and Hurston Police Department? Oh, yeah, that. They're still working on it. I believe the building interiors was being worked on after they did the distribution centers. And while it sounds crazy, distribution centers have only been around for like less than a year. They were added in, I want to say 318 or 323. One of the two. Hey, Knowledge, Happy New Year. This is the first time in 3 years I've had a real issue with the game. Well, other than than 318. Yeah, well, it's 4.0. Hopefully this is the last time we have these major issues in the game going forward, but, you know, not always a guarantee. I've still never been to one, yeah. You never been to a distribution center yet? I haven't been, I'll tell you this, I've never done a combat mission in a distribution center. I've done delivery missions to them, and I've done the, like, find dead bodies missions, but... If only someone here had called 4.0 being a shit show on release. I mean, yes, I've been saying that 4.0 was going to be a shit show no matter when it released. For a while. But I also am firmly of the belief that CIG will do some rapid cleanups and fix a lot of the problems with 4.0.1. If you've done a delivery mission, you've done a combat mission. It would be nice if they recycled district centers into self-contained landing zones on certain planets. I mean, if I remember correctly, you said that in one of the captain's tables, so you'd really want to see them be their own sort of like small towns. The next big tech upset beyond 4.0 would be when dynamic mesh is introduced. I don't know what tech hurdle after that. Dynamic mesh is not really a hurdle. The important thing to understand about dynamic meshing is that all it does is determine which servers are going where. It effectively shifts the servers around to help out with larger loads. That's it.
You can take away my space suit.
Suits.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No problem, Dr. Metropolis.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Klepter_ just resubscribed for 19 months. Woo double anniversary resub day and partnerversary.
Hey, thank you so much for that. 19 months of support there, Klepter. You're a very important part of a very impressive person. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. Yellow shots and cheers. Honestly, that's a good question, Paul. I do wonder what it would take. We'll see. I think CIG will start using some of those assets. I think what Chris was saying in the letter for the chairman that this year was they're going to be focusing more on trying to improve playability. is going to be stuff like that. Stuff like CIG will see what they already have in their toolbox and figure out how they can make cool things out of what they have. Spoiler, this will not be the last time they need to hire someone experienced. This will not be the last time. They need to hire some experienced enterprise service devs to help them make their service more resilient. They're missing a lot of high-level solutions to reoccurring problems. They'll probably do that, but I don't think that's going to block the gameplay trouble. That's what I mean. Like, what we're talking about has more to do with scalability in terms of numbers of players. But numbers of players doesn't equal gameplay. The most that might do is deal with things like how do you scale for large missions of large numbers of players on an instance server for gameplay. But like the difference between 500 players in an instance server doing instance gameplay and 2,000 players isn't that much. Like the chaos once you reach a certain level becomes impossible to manage. I can't call up a ship via ASOP on any server. Character repair, you can try it. Oh, that's a good question. If you're using a spaceport terminal or a hangar terminal, like if you're using a landing zone terminal, that's a known bug. You just have to leave the landing. So get someone to pick you up and bring you up to a station and then try it in the stations and it should work. Yeah, you're experiencing a known bug where hangars don't work for whatever reason. They'll never be able to get experienced enterprise devs. The pay is not comparable to pull them. They could possibly pull them, but they'll have to pay a lot. You have a friend, Mason? Someone in chat might be able to help you? Yeah, there's not really much tech that's left that's going to block CIG from developing the game. The only tech that's new that would cause some disruption to the game, other than dynamic meshing, is their Star Sim system, which connects the missions to the backend simulations to allow them to generate these missions dynamically, and they shift depending on where the location is. But like, the Star Sim is already in the game, and missions are in the game. That's not really, in my mind, a really big shake-up factor in terms of like how the game functions in a development sense. It's more of a how does the game play as a player sense. No, they need to identify common issues and make a service that watches for them and fixes the issues instead of trying to fix a plethora of bugs that cause the symptom. That's how the big boys do it. They need to pay them a lot more than the average game dev to get them, like 1.5 to 3 times as much. Never going to happen. Then they're trouble magnet. Never going to happen. And also, how do we know they don't do that already? Just because they do hot fixes and fixes right now doesn't mean that in the back end they aren't doing what you already said. No development company, even M&O companies, just don't pay enough for enterprise solutions. Game companies are cheap. It's just the actual overhead to run a game is much higher than most apps. Like a banking app doesn't require nearly as much like front end work as a 3D environment you can play in over the internet. As a result, generally speaking, it takes a lot more effort to do something in game dev than it would be for any other solution. Other solutions have a lot more security issues and other back-end issues, and there's more scale to them because it's just like a banking app's going to be used by millions of people, whereas a game at best will be used by millions of people, but probably more like a couple 100,000. And a bank can pay a fuck ton more money to solutions to create these sorts of back-end services than a game developer can, because they just don't make the kind of money. The issue is they have a lot of legacy systems that have not been updated. Now that server meshing is in, they will start bringing them up to speed. Baston, my theory is that a lot of the bugs we're seeing, because they're old bugs, they're legacy bugs, they're bugs that have happened many times in the past, those specific bugs are being caused by the fact they're already doing that. They're already going in and ripping up the legacy services. And in the process of ripping up those legacy services, the bugs are crawling back up to the top because the patches that fix those issues were in those legacy services. Now that they've been removed, they have to rewrite those patches for the new services that they're integrating. The onion analogy that they're doing, that they've been scraping away at this onion, these layers of what they need to do and trying to improve performance as they go through each layer. Why don't games use Akami and / Linode? Bless you. Gesundheit. I'm ignorant web dev. I'm ignorant player. What you just said, I have no fucking idea what that means. Or just Spaghetti Code and Tangled Mess is so awful the bug fix from 2 patches ago unravels real problems they tried to cover up. That could be the case. But Spaghetti Code would require like them to sit on bugs that have been issues that are much older than Star Citizen. Or Star Citizen itself has to have issues that are much older in permanent systems, not legacy systems. And since we know that they've been basically throwing out all the old systems, which is what's pissing everybody off, I think it's more like legacy systems are being thrown out the window, and those bug fixes that have been added to those legacy systems are just being thrown out with them. All right, I don't take this the wrong way there, Trouble Magnet. Have you applied? Now I'm getting 6K server full errors. 60K server errors. Full errors. Okay. I don't know how to respond to 60K server errors, because I know CIG fixed some of those problems in the past. I don't know what the solution is. CIG doesn't pay competitive livable salaries. Based off of the people I know who work for CIG, that is a patently false statement. CIG does pay competitive salaries. And what they do is they tend to pay on the average level for most game dev. The big difference between CIG's pay and other pay is that CIG also has an insanely generous benefits package. Their benefits package is fucking insane. And that's really the thing that has caused a lot of people who work at CIG to stay longer than they would in any other game dev. Because like, we're talking months, like 6+ months off for medical leave or paternal leave or other things while they're still being paid. Every dev I've talked to who has worked or currently works at CIG has said the same thing. Pay is okay. You usually get some good overtime, but the benefits are fucking insane. Axis, I'm seeing your puns. I'm trying to ignore them. This day and age is worth it. Everywhere is regressing like crazy with benefits and pay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure that CIG is going to go through like a hatchet through most of the North American, not really North American, the American side of CIG is going to get fucking hacked to bits. Austin has been far too big for what it does for its size. Meaning, like Austin is, let's just say Austin has like 80 employees. The office, that's not actually the numbers. I don't know what their numbers are right now. But their office has like 40 seats. So they have 40 seats for 80 employees. LA has been far too expensive to run for years based off of comments I've heard made by developers and people in the past. So I fully expect CIG LA to go away at some point. I don't think Austin goes away entirely, but I wouldn't be surprised if Austin gets downsized. Just because they don't have space. And a lot of the stuff has been downsizing since 2020, since they hired a bunch of people for COVID, and that was actually a big issue that someone, Seiji did a fuck up, where they hired somebody during COVID, and then when they told them to come, asked them to come back, the person refused to come back because they said, I was hired remote. And they said, well, sorry. And since they refused to come back in remote, they fired them. That was a big blow up, a big hubbub that happened. That was 2 years ago, I think, when that happened. It looks like LA is getting downsized and Austin is static site size wise. Hey guys, we're gonna make fun of folks having a rough time in LA. No, we're not. That's not the point. What I'm saying is that like CIG is going to be doing some shifting around because they still have 50 fucking positions open in their website. And all of them are in Frankfurt or in Manchester. And to be quite honest, from what I understand about the gaming industry, if you run an online game of any kind and you don't have an office in Austin, Texas, then you're in trouble. From what I remember, what I've been told, the lore, as it were, that's been passed down to me by people who work in the industry here in Austin, is that back when Ultima Online was released, the people who developed Ultima Online were obviously Origin Entertainment or Origin Systems. What was it? Origin Systems. I can't remember. It was Origin. And Origin was headquartered here in Austin. So when inevitably everybody, less downsizing, more restructuring. Yeah, that's the best way of putting it. It's restructuring. It's sort of downsizing. I don't expect them to be exactly the same levels as they were in the past. I don't think they're growing much. But I do think that things like Montreal being purchased is a big factor. So them having Montreal as its own studio is a big thing. But because of Ultima being developed in Austin, a lot of game companies who wanted to make MMOs or online elements of the game came to these developers who worked on Ultima Online and tried to poach them. But because they were born and raised in Austin, and as somebody who's lived in Austin for nearly a decade now, I can tell you this, they refused to fucking leave. Because Austin has a very dedicated community. If you were born and raised in Austin, you don't fucking leave Austin, because everywhere outside of Austin is weird compared to where you live, because Austin is weird. So instead of just giving up and trying to hire somebody else, these companies decided, fuck it, we'll open studios in Austin just to poach these people. Kind of what CIG did with Crytek when Crytek was having all its problems. CIG should just opened a fucking studio in Frankfurt to poach Crytek employees because they wouldn't leave. It was more expensive to hire them. So as a result, Blizzard opened up a campus in Austin. There's an EA studio in Austin. I don't know if Gin and Tonic is here, but Gin and Tonic was a good example who worked on there. Used to be true, not so true anymore. Said like somebody who was born and raised in Austin in that time period. Like I when I lived in North Austin, I used my drive to work. I used to pass by ZeniMax, and I think BioWare. I passed by both of those offices. ZeniMax's office is fucking huge in North Austin. For those who don't know, ZeniMax is the company behind Elder Scrolls Online and Bethesda. It's fucking big. And left. Yes, you did. That's true. But it took you how long to leave? Decades? EA also is the second biggest concentration of EA employees on the planet. Yeah. So generally speaking, because of, holy heck, who allowed me to hang around this long? And happy partnerversary. Hey, Celine. Generally speaking, because of this build up after Ultima Online, as a result, the brain trust of online gaming is in Austin. So almost every company that has an online presence has what is it called? Not a software, back-end studio, some sort of support studio in Austin that deals just with online services, because it's where all of the fucking people who know how to do online services are. Case in point, Ahmed. Ahmed and Bearded have both been in Star Citizen for a very, very long time. Server home. I don't know if platform. That's what it's called. A platform office. Because CIG's platform office is here in Austin. They're not going anywhere. Shogi, I get it. Visit Orison, the city in the clouds. Austin is sort of an art town. Imagine creative people live there. Yeah. Did someone say Orison? Wasn't born in Austin, but was there for 48 years. I mean, I get it. I've been here. I'm 38 as of 2 days ago. And of those 38 years, 9 of them have been in Austin. I have spent almost a third of my life in this town. Thank you, Darsh. It'll be a fourth of my life soon. Yeah. I remember the week you moved to Austin. That was 2016. Thank y'all. Yeah, so this week is usually a big week, but because I am a January birthday, so anybody who has a January birthday knows.
Happy birthday, BTs.
Thank you so much, there, Maverick. But because it's anybody who's had an early January birthday knows, it's like, here's your Christmas and birthday presents. As a content creator, it's like it's my birthday, but it's right after Christmas, so nobody is going to do any sort of big celebrations. It's like, fuck. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the celebrations for the partnerversary, streamiversary, birthday, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be towards the end of January. Okay, following these facts, we could say breakdown for CIG platform in Austin, ships, planets, and tools devs in Montreal, engine in Frankfurt, yeah, and then the squadron, the game dev and like Squadron and Star Citizen game dev is in Manchester. But it's important to know that just because like game dev is in Manchester doesn't mean there isn't a ship team in Montreal or in Frankfurt. So, do you have bar citizens in Austin? We do, and Gin and Tonic's mad at me for never going to them when he was there. But yeah, one of the first bar citizens ever was in Austin. It's headed by 3 very, very chill dudes who've been around for a very long time.
Them biddies.
Thank you for them biddies there, Axis. Yeah, we have great bar citizens. I still have to start organizing them a little bit better because I've been tasked on organizing them outside of the northern area because so many of them have been organized north. Got to run before I go. Happy birthday and anniversary. Thank you, Kelsar. I have an honorary birthday celebration like we do in Canada. Victoria Day is when we celebrate King's and Queen's birthday. Doesn't matter who the king or queen is. There we go. Have an honorary birthday. Kelsar, thank you for giving those 10 subs. I don't know why it's not popping or rocking on my side.
Quasar Prime just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for giving those 10 subs there, Quasar. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Pisser. Very impressive. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Them biddies.
Are you ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your perspective from the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, to unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling.
Oh, it's not done yet, Chad. It's not done. This just takes too long. I have to reduce the timer so it's like not as long as it is. Here it comes.
Them biddies.
Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards, and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. Whether you're just looking to spend the day cloud hopping with the Stromwells, or relaxing by Green Circle's Infinite Spa, with shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
I want to join Nine Tails. I want to join the Nine Tails. I understand why the Nine Tails exist. They heard that fucking commercial way too many times, and they're just like, fuck it, I'm burning the city down.
Them biddies.
And the Lustrom story about Austin and game dev is true. I know because I was there, and a lot of the early players, and I know a lot of early players. I spent weeks of my life in Garrett's wine cellar playing D&D, right, Jin? The community, the dev community of Austin, from what I've heard from people I've known who worked in this area, is incredibly close. Like if you've worked at one studio in Austin, you've probably worked at all of them at some point. Similar to how in Montreal, like pretty much everyone has worked for every company in Montreal at one point.
Them biddies.
But yeah, Richard Garriott is pretty infamous. He's not nearly as infamous as the Dells. For those of you who don't know, Austin is where the Dell family is, who founded Dell Computers. I don't know if they're called the Dell family. I just know them as the Dell owners. No, it was a spook house in '94. His wine cellar was my station. Oh, nice. Oh, here it comes. Someone is asking about 4.0.1. 4.0.1 is not going live.
Mick0 just got a sub from Eerie Tide. Eerie Tide gifted a tier 1 sub to Mike 0.
I like how it says Mick and Mike both. Thank you for gifting that sub to Mick. You were both very important puppers. Very impressive visitors.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No confuse.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Celine Star Drago just resubscribed for 31 months. Sub thing.
Thank you so much for that sub for 31 months there, Celine. You're very important, pupper. Very impressive of any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I still got the latex tongue for my prosthetic, and I stole the life mask of me they took of my head to make the latex on. Nice. Yeah, Austin is a very small town. It's a big city, but like the industries inside of Austin are very small.
Them biddies.
Cloud, HSG Fina, HSGFINB visit Horizon, the city in the cloud.
Use the biddies to Shoki. Portland of Texas. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Austin is a weird place, and I'm sorry to go on this. It's sort of connected because of CIG and everything like that, but Austin's a weird place because it's one of those weird intersections where we're close enough to places like Houston that we do have a large petrochemical representation. We're also there's many universities in and around the city. UT Austin is big, but it's not the only university. There's multiples. So we have lots of labs, like tons of laboratories that do experiments and other things like that for various industries. And then because of Origin, there's just shit tons of video game industry here. And because the video game industry is here, it's attracted other tech. Recently, we've gotten a lot of stuff because Tesla moved in with its factory around here, but it's not just Tesla. We also have a SpaceX factory and a Boring Company factory. So like facility here. So it's just, an eclectic mix of various different industries that are in Austin, which fits. You missed the fun, Celine. Paul has vowed to join Ninetales because of that Orson commercial. I understand them at least. Of course, the senator would never say such things. The senator would die before he let Xenothreat take over Orison. When the fight for Orison begins once more, the senator will arrive, and he will free the city from the Ninetales threats with his fists. I lost 2.6 mil because the Seraphim cargo went on strike. It wouldn't offload the load, but Hurston forced Everest to keep working. I've had that same problem. I had that same issue, but I lost 600,000. It was more of an impact to me because I had almost 1 million and then lost almost all of it. Oh yeah, no, we've got an AMD factory here. Like I once knew a guy, like, who was my neighbor, who legitimately was the head of janitorial services for AMD. And he never called it AMD. He said it was he called it its full name. Because nobody knew it. He would live next to me in an apartment next to me. And when he the way he said it, what is it? It's advanced micro I forgot the full name. It's advanced micro something or that. Devices, advanced micro devices. Thank you. When I ran into him at one point, I said, he said he was retired. I said, oh, where'd you used to work? And he said, oh, I worked for Advanced Micro Devices as their head janitor staff. And I went, AMD? You worked for AMD? And he kind of looked at me. It was like I had a horse head. You just like you know the what that is? It was like, yeah, I know what that is. I have some of them in my rigs. Of course I know AMD. I get him confused because it's such a weird thing.
Fishy 2951 just got a sub from SHOG_HR. SHOG_HR gifted a tier 1 sub to Fishy 2951.
Thank you,
They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
I work at AMD and Intel when I live there. Okay, yeah. See what I'm talking about. We even have a Samsung plant here. AMD, Motorola, IBM all had chip fabs in Austin. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Samsung does chip fabs here. They might. Samsung is still around? Fucking hope they are. I have a Samsung. I don't know if they're chip fads or if they're productions of other things like their televisions or their phones or whatever. Microsoft's getting massive Microsoft data centers. To give you context, Austin also has a satellite Amazon office, AWS office. In fact, I believe that's where I want to say Soul is his name, but I don't remember his full name. Who does Beyond the Verse? He works at that Amazon office. I've known people who worked at Twitch, the Twitch office in Austin, where they worked at that Amazon office. We have I've accidentally stumbled upon the absolute gigantic, like, what is it called? Campus. The absolutely gigantic Apple campus. It is such a weird thing to just like drive through some trees when you're lost and look up and see a gigantic Apple logo on a fucking fuck off huge building, which has just got ringed with, like the entire thing is ringed with the parking lot. And you're like, am I in some sort of weird Twilight Zone episode? Anyways, the point being, Austin has a lot of brain trust here. So All right, so let's go to this. What system are you going to build your base? Good question. Based off the 5 options, I'd probably, if I was to build a base, it would probably be in either Nyx or Pyro. I like Castra, don't get me wrong. But if I was to build, to get any place, if I was to get property anywhere, it'd be Terra. Samsung is a giant from Korea. They dominate many areas of tech, especially DRAM. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Star Citizen discussion. There's more of a, hopefully some context for what's going on in Star Citizen. Oh, Dell is a huge Austin. Dell is in trouble, man. Fuck, it's in trouble. It is not in a good place right now. What systems are you most excited for after the first 5? This is going to be a cop-out, but Magnus and Hades. Those are the ones I'm most excited about. I feel like Magnus would fit your vibes. Called out in 4K there, Nolan. What's in Magnus? 2 seconds.
I can fly.
This is in Magnus. Freedom is in Magnus. Power to the people is in Magnus. Also a lot of very, very, very sorry boy who didn't mean to hurt his daddy's project. Okay. I'm so jealous of this. Yes. I'm so happy I got it. If CIG adds Magnus without a tour of without us being able to get a tour of the Drake factories, Drake ship manufacturers, I'm gonna riot. Like, come on, CIG. It's iconic. Tell us the saga of Sorry Boy. Oh, Sorry Boy? It's Warhammer 40K. Magnus the Red. The joke is Magnus did nothing wrong. He did a lot of things very wrong. I worked at Dell too. Everyone in Austin worked at Dell at some point. Not me. But yeah, Dell is in trouble right now. They've been hit hard. They're still insanely wealthy. Pretty much everyone is connected to Dell in some way. Like AISD, the main, and probably all of the different school districts in Austin and the area. Pretty much all of our laptops for kids are free. Why? Because they're all hand-me-downs from Dell. All of them are from Dell. They just gave us a bunch of their old laptops for like a write-off. Magnus did a lot wrong, but so did everyone else in that area. Yeah. Every time you say Dell is in trouble, I can't help. It's like, oh crap! How many times did he bomb Tree? Different Dell. I can't get cargo missions to work. Lol. I drop off, but I don't. But it doesn't want to give me credit. So Hagglers, I had that problem. Have you not done the initial mission? If you haven't done the initial mission, this happens sometimes, what I'd suggest doing is swapping servers. Just jump servers until you hit it. Once you manage to get it to work, which will happen at some point, it will kick you back into a loop of being able to do it. But it's just a back end issue. Slander. That's actually the case. Del Ener is actually the head of Dell. He just hangs out here for fun. He just slums it here. So, I think of, dude, you're getting a Dell. Yeah. That's the age of Dell PCs is long since passed. Who runs Pyro, if any faction? The closest group that runs Pyro is probably Xenothreat, followed after by Headhunters, and then Citizens for Pyro, or Citizens for Prosperity. Well, I'd say Citizens for Prosperity and Rough and Ready are probably on equal levels in terms of power. Oh yeah, throwback to my childhood. Wow, yeah. You're not you and I are about the same age, which means we're young there. Yep, another mic. Which ones are the Citizens for Prosperity again? They're the ones who don't shoot at you for breathing. They're the Hurston plants. They're the ones who were founded by the former Hurston accountant who's trying to bring order and stability to Pyro. Don't disparage my Alienware like that. That's if you can't join Shard region full. Then it sounds like Star Citizen's telling you to take a break there, Hagglers. If you're having a lot of these issues, I suggest going to the help desk on Spectrum. They'll do their best to help you out. But a lot of what you're saying is just, it's 4.0 alpha issues. So I would suggest waiting until 4.0.1 to try it again. They count the help this is so busted. Then that's what it is. It is what it is, Hagglers. When did you purchase the game? Because you said you're new. It's an old commercial. The dude, you're getting a Dell. That was an old commercial in the 2000s, early 2000s that they did, because Dell was like promoting how they could get cheap but really high like relatively cheap but high-end PCs to people. I bought package in 2019 and waited to play because it's busted back then. You're probably going to want to wait a couple more months at the very least. 4.0 is not a playable state in terms of like average players. If you're bug averse, yeah, Star Citizen isn't ready for that. I think 4.0.1 might be a little bit better. But yeah, that's just the way it is. For your own sanity and blood pressure, take a break. Yeah, wait for 4.0.1 is probably the best. I've been saying since before 4.0 released, do not try to play 4.0. Do not try to come back and play 4.0 because it's going to be a problem. It's actually better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a lot of issues with server meshing, and it's all just old bugs, which I'm sure they can narrow down fairly quickly, if not in 4.0.1, then 4.1. Lol, when 3.23 released, we waited for 3.24. Here we go again. 3.24 was a lot better than 3.23. And 4.0.1 is likely going to end up being out like in a couple of days. CIG was saying that they wanted to release by Sunday, which is insane turnaround. So I'm guessing that they're going to probably come out more like at the end of next week. Your mileage may vary. I've been having a better experience in 4.0 than having more fun than I had in a while. Yeah, but like you got to remember, Jin, there's also a lot of folks who are like Hagler. I think Hagler's his name. Who haven't played the game for like 6 years. And that's not unusual. There's a lot of folks who've been coming back to the game after a long break because they're like, the game is busted. It'll come back when they have Pyro. Now Pyro is in. So people are like, I'm going to go try a Pyro out. And those folks typically aren't as hardened as we are to like the little bugs and other issues. So like having the missions not populate or not complete. I've had that a couple times. I worked around it and eventually got through it and it was fine. But if you're used to just turning game on and game functioning like it would be with a normal game, Star Citizen ain't there yet. It's why it was very funny to watch the Star Citizen community see when Cyberpunk launched. Everyone was like, this is unplayably buggy. And most of the Star Citizen community was like, this is fucking amazing. What are you talking about? The entire community, Star Citizen community, was like, this is great. This is wonderful. And the rest of the gaming community was losing their mind about how broken it was. We were like, what? This is great. This is fantastic. I've jettisoned a lot of cargo into space, yeah. It's debatable if Star Citizen is even a game or a tech demo at this point. It's not debatable. Star Citizen hasn't been a tech demo for a long time. Tech demos generally don't get developed into full games. They're usually just proof of concept. The idea that Star Citizen is a proof of concept stage is not really. The closest thing to a tech demo we had was 2.0. Beyond 2.0, it's just been alpha. It's just been really fucking alpha. Still salty CDPR has the absolute balls to ask me money for an expansion. Yeah, I still haven't pulled the trigger on Liberty yet because, like, I don't want to pay for a full fucking game again, but, you know. "12 years is a long alpha." Star Citizen didn't really enter into a playable state until 2.0, which was like 2015, 2016. So it's been more like 10 years, but yeah. I think there are other games that have been around that long for alpha. Phantom Liberty is worth it. I haven't even finished the original Cyberpunk, so that's why I'm a little kind of hesitant on that. Yeah, it's a long alpha. That's the case. And CIG is also going straight from alpha to fucking release. 12 years is a long alpha, but it's very open alpha, yeah. Don't bother, just get PL and finish that storyline instead. Half of playing Star Citizen is talking about Star Citizen. Yeah, at this point. They stopped saying alpha, if you haven't noticed. They still say alpha in releases. They still call 4.0 alpha 4.0 or alpha 3.24. Early access is more accurate. It's really been in early access for a while, but yeah. It's still a community. It's still a cool community, though. To be fair, Lord Sabbath, Star Citizen is an older community. So what I mean by that is y'all are old. But actually what I mean by that is as an older gamer, slightly past the optimal time of 35, I remember the eras of the early 2000s where gameplay was fun, but a lot of what the communities built around games were built around old BBS boards or forums or like dedicated fan sites. Like I'm old enough to remember in the Halo community, halo.bungie.org, HBO. And that was the site that everyone used to go to for all of your news. If you had news about Halo, you would submit it to the site's owner, and he would post it on his board. So, like, that was like pre-YouTube era sort of thing. And I think because of our advanced age as a community, most of us still interact with communities through those means. You know, chat roll, forums, Spectrum, Reddit, those sorts of things. Like the fact that early Star Citizen community was all about things like the Goon Swarm with people from Something Awful and, you know, threads on 4chan and other places like that shows you how old it is. And yes, those sites are old. Most people who exist on the internet today, it's really niche to be into those sites. They're not nearly as popular as they used to be. I'm a chat roll vet, Vasta, and of course I remember the RSI forums before Spectrum. A lot of you are bringing this up. So I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of Star Citizen is talking about Star Citizen. There's not a lot of game there to be played, but I would say now there's plenty of it. I mean, there are people who do specific, like, YouTube channels dedicated to specific aspects of Star Citizen that do well. I do a lore channel that almost always just does Star Citizen, and it does pretty well with every release. News channels do pretty good, but the fact of the matter is just most people are not used to playing. Most of the people who who play Star Citizen are just the kind of people who interact with the community through those exterior means rather than through the game. Looking forward to the 100+ bug fixes in 4.0.1, a few missions being re-added too. Yeah, hopefully they fix that up. PvP hauling, bounty hauling, mining, salvage, there's mercenary missions, there's going out and just taking pictures. There's trading where you can go buy and sell goods. I've been doing a lot of smuggling stuff. There's the FPS mission stuff specifically with places like the conflict zones or contested zones. There's a lot of stuff in Star Citizen 4.0. Racing missions, forgot about those. Those are Mosaic browser. Goddamn trouble. Did you name companies in Star Citizen that don't manufacture ships or vehicles? Yeah. Castac Arms, Bearing, Preacher Armaments, Terra Foods, Terra Mills.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Hurston Dynamics,
But you can
Microtech,
never
Area or ArcCorp.
take away my space game.
Sakura-san,
CZFF
Clock
33
Defense.
Gaming just resubscribed for 85 months.
Thank you so much, Coffee Gaming, for that 85 months of support. You're a very important power, very impressive, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. There's 100 night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, Killjack.
Take away my spaceship.
You get the Prime sub this month. Thank
You
you.
can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Kill_Jack just resubscribed for 2 months. You get the Prime sub this month.
Thanks so much, Killjack, for that Prime sub. You're both very important puppers, very impressive. This is very new pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Pips is actually owned by Terra Mills. Big Benny's and Pips are both owned by Terra Mills, which used to be owned by Bremen Mills. There's another company, I think it's that owns the other soda brand. I think it's also Terra Mills. Might be something different. You had Prime too. Thank you, Snark. Streamers not making racing a thing for views, but sure. There's plenty of streamers who just do racing. EchoBit is a good example. She does mostly racing.
Take away my space lasers.
Atmo Esports does a lot of racing.
Never, ever take away my space game.
They're just not the most popular thing in the universe.
Snark 3D just resubscribed for 75 months. Put that helmet back on.
Thank you, Stark. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, fucking Netscape. Yeah. I forgot the name of it. There's like an entire community. So they're kind of underground, but that do streaming and video stuff for racing. I'm just not in that community a lot. I don't live in that community much. But they're there. I had the patch go tonight. It was delayed. So it was soul crushed. So the last minute. So they're going to try to release it tomorrow. Croncy does racing as well, yeah. So I'm going to pitch a couple of ideas here, chat. And this may or may not be an Astro Historian thing. It may end up being on this channel. I want to do. So for any of you, does anyone here watch the YouTuber known as Annie Austin? Annie_Austin. Because I stumbled upon Annie Austin about 3-4 months ago, and I became addicted to their content. Specifically, they have a video series where they investigate video game cities for their unemployment figures. ANY_Austin. Wicked Wookie says yes. I know it is. You just found him this week. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's great. Are you gonna follow some waterways? Yeah, he also does that kind of stuff. Thank you, Nolan. I'm glad you know him as well. He's great. If you like my kind of content, you will like the Astro Historian stuff. You'll like him. I think so. So he does breakdowns of video game cities and their employment rates. He did an in-depth look at the fact that Morrowind has no rivers. He's looked at GTA 4 and GTA 5 to see if the power lines are actually connected properly in Los Santos and in Liberty City. So it's funny for him to do that. So inspired by his work with that sort of thing, I want to do something similar with Star Citizen, but I want to go into the landing zones and space stations, every single landing zone and every single space station, figure out what they buy and sell to figure out what they manufacture and what they their economy. What is their economy based off of? What do they do? To kind of do like a nice little. The reason why this may not be an Astro historian thing is because it's not going to be directly to lore. I'll talk a little bit of the background and stuff like that, but it's going to be just examining how it works. Joke's on you, there is no economy. Oh, I know, but that's the thing. Annie Austin's work in like all of the stuff he does, it's done tongue in cheek. Like, the idea that there is a labor statistics for fucking Skyrim makes no sense because it wasn't built like that. There's no point in that. So he just he takes his observations and makes wild assumptions and does a little bit of sprinkling in about why labor stuff is supposed to be good. He'd fit in right in here. Exactly. So the idea is to just go to like the random stations in L stations and be like, what do you make? What do you buy? Why do you do that? And just coming up with like, oh, well, they buy these things, so they must produce these things because these are goods and services. These are goods that use these materials. So looking up like what zinc is used for and iron, and if there's any sort of combination of those they could do, and putting those together as sort of a supposition that they may manufacture batteries or other things like that. Like a YouTube version of a city bus tour? Kind of. But it's more of an analysis of something that is never designed. Like CIG's economy was never going to be designed with any sort of serious understanding of how the economics, the circular flow of the economy functions. And it will get better, but I think it'd be fun. Like, have you ever thought about what the economy, like how the people of, Gentle Point Station, I don't even know if that's the name of it. Carousel stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub. Space bar at the end of the universe. Yes! My birthday was 2 days ago, my partnerversary is today, and my stream anniversary was yesterday. Quite literally, my birthday is the 7th, my stream anniversary is the 8th, my partnerversary is the 9th. Now, will you try to figure out what makes the what that make in the context of Star Citizen stuff, or in today's world? Both.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take
it kind of needs to be player driven because it's now strictly dev driven. Open up auction houses and markets.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I was doomed to be a nerd.
McGrady_ just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank you, McGrady, for that 30 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive business, a very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Farasol just got a sub from Trouble Magnet. Trouble Magnet gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Farasol.
Damn! Thank you so much for giving
They
those
gifted 29 months in the channel.
6 months of support there, Trouble Magnet. You're very important, but we're very impressive. It's a very beautiful. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. We're just talking about an idea, Farasol, and I think you'd love it. I'll say this one more time. Have you heard of a YouTube content creator called Annie Austin? ANY_Austin. Because they make content which is absolutely cracked. 100% pointless content that is somehow fascinating. So, the guy with the hair clips that makes content about Skyrim rivers. Yes, Volus, that guy. Absolutely based individual. 100%. I love him personally, and his content is amazing. So, what he does is he makes content about rivers, trying to find the origin point of all of the rivers in Skyrim, in Morrowind, in Oblivion. He goes to like Pokemon games and then tries to figure out the unemployment rate of the various Pokemon towns. Does the same thing in Skyrim, does the thing in Super Mario Sunshine. He does these sorts of off-the-wall ideas in various video games. He did an entire series where he looked at GTA 4 and GTA 5 to try to find if the power grids were connected to anything. Yeah, unemployment rates. He tried to just figure out who was employed in a town and who wasn't employed. You have to learn about the job market in Fallout 3. Yeah. That Newsbear used to do silly stuff like this in Star Citizen. Exactly. I want to try to do something like that again. So this is my idea. My idea is to go to every one of the stations in Stanton and figure out, and eventually Pyro and the landing zones and that kind of stuff eventually, and figure out what is their economy based off of. Taking what they sell and what they buy and try to understand what they produce and like what their economy is based off of. So like what is the main thing they do? And so by doing that, I will eventually build out a network of how the economy works in reality for the game. Lol, his tagline is the worst video game shows on the internet by far. You should try to quantify the amount of labor law violations in PAL World. That's a good point. So yeah, that's the idea that's popped into my brain and will not let go. It will not let out. Is like, I want to discover the economy. How does the economy of the system works? We know that I need to know which economies in Star Citizen revolve around trash. Yeah. It sounds very time consuming, but I'll definitely watch with interest. Yeah. When will you do this Triviologist series? Soon. That's peak Astro Historian content. What's the thing is I don't know if I want to do it on the Astro Historian channel or on my channel here. There's a lot of very niche stations to sell very random things. Yes, that's the point. Star Citizen economy keeps changing. Moving target. I know. It means it's never-ending content, Trouble Magnet. I can always make more videos. unlimited content machine. All right, I'll be right back. Your fun button is on, so have fun.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Good news, everyone.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Weapons free, y'all.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Barcelona!
I love you.
Barcelona!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Stand by for Tightfall.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Tightfall.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Weapons free, y'all. Good news, everyone.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Tightfall.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Genesis! Barcelona! Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Genesis!
Mission complete.
Two words.
Burrito.
Distress bacon.
Eat. Burrito. Mission complete. Eat. Burrito.
Weapons free, y'all.
Burrito. Mission complete. Eat. Burrito. Mission complete. Burrito. Mission complete. Eat. Burrito.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Burrito. Mission complete.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Pilot.
Burrito. Mission
Two words.
complete.
Distress bacon. Two words. Distress bacon. Two words.
I'm pilot.
Distress bacon. Two words. Distress bacon. Two words. Distress bacon. Two words. Distress bacon.
I love you.
know. I like
Sorry, it's gonna be a little longer.
2 words. Distress bacon.
No ads are
2
over.
words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon.
Took away your fun button. Yeah. 4.0.1 is not going to be out till tomorrow. Maybe a dumb question here, but what is the financial investment like, if any, to be competitive at this game? Also, how does the gunplay feel? Thanks for advance. So, Maltese, I'll give you the very basics if you're still here. To be competitive in this game, you need $45. You don't need to be investing in some big, crazy amounts of things. You need a starter ship. A starter package. That's all you need. You can earn everything in game. There's no sort of keeping up with the Henderson sort of situation. You're not going to get absolutely fucking destroyed if you have bigger stuff. It's almost entirely based off skill, and every ship in game can be earned in game. And in terms of FPS gunplay, it's still very loose. It's better than it used to be, but I will say that most people who are hardcore FPS players dislike the gunplay. It's still a work in progress. Almost at every ship. Yeah, there's 2 ships you can't get that are flyable in game. The Raven and the Omega. That's it. They're not consequential. You can get versions of those things that exist that do pretty much the same stuff. Hey, Ram. Yep, you can buy more stuff in game than you can with cash. Thank you, Ram. It's getting better, but not great. Yeah, it's improving. The teams who are behind the FPS gunplay are definitely gonna tweak it in, dial it in. But yeah. I think the biggest problem is that there's not a lot of impact with guns. They feel very weak. And movement is still a little floaty. It's this weird sort of mix between floaty and tactical. I'm actually going to be doing another video of that. I will be doing a video breaking down the starter ships for Star Citizen, what you should and shouldn't get, and I'll update that as we go. Yeah, I think Crisis should be the thing they shoot for. Since a lot of the devs were in the original Crisis development, they should... Shooting for that would make sense. Paul, question. If there would be a CitizenCon in Frankfurt, Germany, would I come? I mean, I was planning on going to Manchester, so yeah. I mean, if I had the money. I have a passport now. Now, Starships, guys, that sounds like AstroPub content. It is. I would say, Keith, and anybody who's suggesting that the Avenger Titan is nice, but you can always upgrade to the Avenger Titan through cash from a starter pack. Because I would never say, hey, spend $70 on this alpha game that you may not like. That's a lot of money to invest in a game like Star Citizen. Yeah, 4.0.1 is not up. It was going to be up, but it was soul crushed at the last minute. So what about CitizenCon not happening this year? Is that just talk? It's just rumors. There's no confirmations right now. I've heard that rumor specifically from sources that I generally trust, that they're not planning on having CitizenCon this year, and I would believe it. Mostly because they want to focus on trade shows, which makes sense to me. CitizenCon is good, but the big thing that they need to release in the next 2 years is Squadron 42. And it's clear that's going to be the main focus of marketing and everything else like that. Star Citizen right now seems like it's getting to the point where they want to make it playable and they want to emphasize that. So yeah. I saw there was a posting for an event coordinator by CIG. That's been off and on job for a while. I know specifically somebody from the community who would have been a fantastic job for that, who applied for that job and was told that they don't want to hire them. Not because they don't want to hire them, but because they're in the funky way. Even though this person is literally an event coordinator and has done that job multiple times, and they're a content creator for Star Citizen and have been part of the community for a very long time. No, I'm not a event coordinator. I don't want to say who this was because they told me, and I don't know if it was in confidence. I don't remember if they want me to talk about it, but yeah. Star Citizen is the foundation for Squadron 42. Kind of more the reverse. Squadron 42 is the foundation for Star Citizen. They're symbiotic. They both exist on the same engine, the same everything. They share assets. But Squadron 42 is going to be released well before Star Citizen. So 4.0.1 has a lot of fixes in it, over 100 fixes that they've been working on since 4.0 went live. I'm guessing a lot of those things are going to be fixes to issues that we've been having in the game. CIG seems very confident in it, not swagger, but confident, because they seem to want to push 4.0.1 to the live servers very quickly. They share a mommy, not a daddy. I guess so, yeah. Guess that's a good way of putting it. Chat, Paul, do you think the 4090 will do for Star Citizen? I hear it's very CPU dependent. Nothing. I think the 4090 isn't really for gaming. Even NVIDIA said that the 4090 is mostly for AI stuff and for like modeling and stuff like that. Yeah, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen were the same thing. There's this weird theory, this weird rumor in the Star Citizen community that Squadron 42 was first and then Star Citizen was an attachment to the game. And I remember some sort of interviews where that was where it started, like well back where they originally had the idea for it. But I think that rumor starts because when you see the first trailer for Star Citizen, it is not a trailer for Star Citizen. It is a trailer for Squadron 42. The first trailer for Star Citizen is Squadron 42. And it was clear from the very beginning that Squadron 42 was the main focus of what they wanted to do, and Star Citizen was supposed to be Freelancer 2 with Squadron 42's sort of assets. Did I say 4090? I'm sorry, 5090. The 5090 seems like it's not really designed for gaming. So Squad 42 has to be a freaking success or Star Citizen is done? Probably. Not that Star Citizen's going to be done. I think it will limp. It'll probably have to be pared back a little bit. You'll probably see lots of layoffs in CIG. But the one advantage that CIG has is that they're not reliant on one big sale to really make everything. So Star Citizen Squad 42 doesn't have to be a big explosive hit. It doesn't have to be like a mega smash for CIG to do well. It just has to sell. Because Squadron 42's sales will make up for any sort of issues in Star Citizen sales. You got to remember that CIG is constantly getting money through Star Citizen sales, and those Star Citizen sales are going to Squadron 42. But everything that's sold, every copy that's sold of Squadron 42 is like Like 80% of it is going to come back to CIG. And it's likely they're going to sell more copies of Squadron 42 in the first month of its release than they will sell of Star Citizen. And I'll put this out right there. I think CIG will make more money from the release of Squadron 42 than they make with Star Citizen in a single year. I think at minimum you're looking at $150 million from Squadron 42's release. Minimum. That's just with Squadron's release. It's got star power and it's obscure as fuck. Nobody knows what the fuck Squadron is. The only thing that will kill Squadron is its release. If it's released A, buggy, that's a problem. B, if it's released anywhere near a major title, any major title, it's fucked. Like, if Squadron 42 releases anywhere near GTA, it's done. Absolutely dead. And I've said this many times before because people say, Paul, GTA is not releasing for gaming, for consoles. It's only releasing for consoles, not for PC. It's not the same market. Yes, I know. The problem is that GTA will suck the oxygen out of the room for any kind of marketing. So people will only be talking about, showing off, and playing GTA 6. It will dominate the media sphere in every way, shape, and form for at least a month. Kind of like how Starfield dominated the media sphere when it was originally released, and the people at, I always say their name on, Larian, the people who made Baldur's Gate 3 knew that and said, fuck it, we'll pull the trigger a month early. So that way they could get the game out before Starfield released, and they wouldn't be compared to Starfield, and they wouldn't be swallowed up by the media blitz that would be following Starfield. Thank you, Millie. Starfield fell off hard, though. It did. But you can't guarantee GTA will fall off hard. No matter what, it's going to be a big media sensation. And the thing that will make Squadron 42 popular is people doing memes, screenshots, sharing their opinions. And we're not talking about us. We're talking about normal people who play video games, not us crazy people who play Star Citizen. It helps that we're here and we can help generate some of that buzz. But it really needs to be your average person playing it to have that sort of Baldur's Gate effect. Baldur's Gate was not a big game. Helldivers 2 was not a big game, but they became big because they released at the perfect time. They released in windows where there was no other games out there, and they were able to capture, and they were good enough that they captured the imagination and the attention of people when they were looking for something like that right now. There is definitely a call for a Mass Effect style single player experience with big budget. Absolutely, people would eat the shit out of that. But not when there's another big budget release nearby. Hi, does Star Citizen familiar flight model to Elite Dangerous? It's similar, but I wouldn't say it's the same. Elite is, I would say, a little bit more workman. There are some variations you can do, and there's a lot of like customization you can do when you have like flight assist off. But in sort of the basic features, Star Citizen has a little bit more variation in terms of how the ships handle compared to Elite. Not by much. And again, this is from a person who is a beta backer for Elite and hasn't played in a long time. So I could be off on that one. ED is slower and less twitchy. Yeah. I think GTA 6 gets delayed. That's what Jason Schreier says, and if Jason Schreier is of that opinion, I would bet on Jason Schreier every time. We're comparing flight models. Celine, you probably know better than us because you play in more frequently than I do. How similar is Star Citizen to Elite Dangerous in terms of flight models? Someone is asking how similar the flight models are. I will say I've used flight sticks for Elite and flight sticks for Star Citizen. Both of them use flight sticks very well. Boost in Elite is hard, dump energy for max speed, single thing, while Star Citizen has Afterburner, which boosts all the movement while you have the juice. Beyond 6 Degrees of Freedom, Elite's more deliberate, and the combat is a game of timing. Okay. It always felt sluggish. Elite's controls felt more sluggish to me, more heft. It always felt like you had more weight. But then again, Elite ships are fucking massive. Like, they are huge. Like, the Sidewinder is the size of a constellation. Maybe a little bit smaller than that, but it's much bigger. You compare the size of an Aurora with a Sidewinder, and it's not even a chance. Sidewinder is huge. Music reminds me of Earthward and Jim. This is Star Citizen music. And if GTA gets delayed from fall 2025, CIG will pull the trigger early to avoid overlapping. Either pull it early or they'll try to pull around it. These ships are fucking huge, and the flight assist can make you feel like you're flying in pudding and pudding. Yeah. I think people underestimate how not ready Squadron 42 is. The flight mechanics are still undercooked. Based off of what, Aimless? Elite Dangerous forces a bunch of airplane physics on spaceships for no real reason to make it easier for you to control more instinctively. But you don't have to use those physics, because if you go in flight assist off, it removes a lot of those limitations. But it's also a lot harder to control. Iris got it, yeah. The song for this one was also Star Citizen. The thing that I think people are going to have to realize is that Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are not going to have the same flight systems. As much as CIG wants them to have the same flight systems, they're not going to have the same flight systems. Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are going to diverge at very, very much similar degrees. So, like, at a certain point, Squadron 42 has to release. Star Citizen never does. So, when Squadron 42 releases, whatever is in Squadron 42 is going to be different from what's in Star Citizen, because it's going to have to take months of testing and balance to make it work. The level of changes we continue to see in Star Citizen, I don't believe Squadron 42 is just magically more advanced than Star Citizen when it comes to the flight model and general combat mechanics. Sure, it'll be different, but not that different. We know that Squadron 42 has the new quantum system in. We know it has Maelstrom in. We know it has the new engineering systems in. It has all of the systems we're still waiting to see for flight mechanics are already in Squadron 42, have been shown off in Squadron 42, working in multiple ways. So, and you got to remember that Squadron 42 is not a, it's not a game that has 150 ships. Squadron 42 is a game that has a handful of ships you'll actually fly. So it's much easier to tweak in. Sidewinder is smaller than an F7C. I was wrong on the size, but it's like if you compare the Sidewinder to an Aurora, the Aurora is tiny in comparison by the Sidewinder. And any flight model changes are across Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Once they get some of those aspects that are in Squadron and Star Citizen, yeah. Now the Adder is roughly, an Elite is roughly a Freelancer size. The point I was making is that like Sidewinder is bigger than you think. Even though it is the Aurora of Elite, its size difference is big in comparison. Just the surface area, the way it's shaped, it's all like its size. So the ships in Elite are always scaled up much higher than you have in Star Citizen. Transit Refactor after Mission Refactor and 4.0.2. We're going to have 4.1 in March. I think we'll have the Transit Refactor at earliest in 4.1. I do not believe, though, that we're going to actually have the Transit Refactor. I have a theory. It is a seat of the pants, Paul Shelley reading the tea leaves, the Lorstragramus reading the tea leaves. So it could be, I could be hitting a Hail Mary like I hit Castra, or it could be, this could be my fourth year in a row of guessing that this is the year for Theaters of War. But I believe that the reason why the transportation system was delayed was because CIG at some point said, listen, it's going to take us too long to get this done. Let's revisit it later. And what CIG is going to do is they're going to realize that they're going to completely revamp how landing zones work. Everything that CIG has been doing up to this point is pointing to the fact that CIG is redoing the landing zone system for a more city system, proc-gen city, where you can travel through the streets, you can go into the buildings. A lot of them are going to be copy-pasted. A lot of them are going to be very generic. You're not going to see a lot of handcrafted stuff, and some of them will be enterable, other ones won't. But the buildings will have these interiors because they can generate these building interiors with the building interior system, because they want players to be able to buy, apartments and land their ships in there and have different aspects like that. That's the only reason why they would have these procedurally generated cities in the first place, buildings in the first place. So if you're going to do that, the idea of doing a revamp for the transit system, making the transit system work with what they currently have with server meshing, may be a lot of work for a very short gain. So revamping the entire idea of how the transit system works might be better. So I believe that sometime in the next couple of months, CIG will come out and say the transit system has become different. The refactor is very different from what it used to be, and they're going to break it up into different modules. They're going to have the elevator modules, which they'll focus on to the main focus of fixing the problems that they have with it. And then they'll have the subway modules or the mass transit modules, which will be delayed for the revamping of how landing zones are going to work. Is the black screen issue fixed? Not as far as I know. 4.0.1 isn't out yet, so we don't know if that fixes it. But as of a couple of hours ago, people were reporting it, so. So like repetitive places in minor districts, but bigger, more handmade locations in downtown type district? Yeah. So like kind of what we already have now in, say, like Area 18, like that will be a handcrafted location. But then as you spiral out from Area 18, you start to hit more just sort of generic locations. You got a black screen twice today, so you'd say it's not fixed? Yeah, so Cerblox just says, yeah. Still an issue. Your mileage may vary. There's been a bunch of people saying they've had no problems whatsoever in the last 2 days, and other people saying that Chris Roberts. I should say this: there have been people in the chat who said Chris Roberts personally walked out of their screen and gave them a massage and a blowjob and a puppy, and served them tea, and it was wonderful. And then other people who said Chris Roberts climbed out of the screen and punched them in the face, stuck their face in dog shit, and burned their house down. Like, 4.0.1 was delayed, yeah? Is this title clickbait? When I first put it up there, it wasn't, because I didn't know it was delayed, but we still went over all of the changes that were announced already. No, 0. It was delayed for tomorrow, yes. Chris is surprisingly soft-mouthed. I'll go over it once more time, so that way people aren't getting mad at me for saying I clickbaited or something like that. Because the point of this, hello, welcome to the office hours. This is a yak stream where I talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. So the title was more basically I was never going to actually play 4.0.1. I was going to go over the changes and see how things work, and maybe at the very end play it if it was released. City Refactor, Pub's hot take, 4.4, probably. Probably not 4.4, 4.5 or 4.6 next year. Any words? Word on the Hercules line of ships that have been rendered useless? Yes, actually, let's talk about that. Specifically mentioned. All right, I'm going to go through this again. This is from Wikipedia. We're currently putting together the first 4.0.1 build for release in PTU for the channel for all backers later today. Turned out that was soul crushed. Starting last night, we rolled out hybrid fixes into 4.0 preview to repair, claim, restoring custom loadouts. This is currently in some meshes, but rolling slowly, the hybrids get fixed. There's over 100 notable blocker / crit / high marked fixes going into 4.0 going to 4.0.1 compared to 4.0. There's a mission flow fix for leaving prison in the build that will hopefully unblock some issues with leaving prison, which might help with that. They're not wiping progress with 4.0.1 at this point. If that changes, they'll let us know. It'll be the standard LTP remake, though. Pyro-specific mission refactor. The missing person missions were not being generated. That's being fixed. The Hercules Starlifter ramp. When the ramp is open, the Starlifter is off balance. That's been fixed. The Hercules spawn / off balance on hangar floor. That's been fixed. Handyman missions will be turned on. They added the F7C nose turrets to the shops. They're back on the PTU channel to the ePTU channel. So make sure you copy your 4.0 folder and rename it to PTU for this build. Don't try to do a full reinstall because that might crash the game. So don't do like dry reinstall PTU. Copy your 4.0 preview build and rename it PTU. Hangar spawning will also be re-enabled in 4.0.1. They got a fix in for phasing out while eating and drinking, which the issue was related to status effects while changing authority zones. They have a fix for ultra wide, so the increasing and decreasing of aspect monitor ratio aspect monitor did change. It wasn't changing. Now they fixed that. They have 24 different check-ins for contested zone performance optimizations, and they're going to be doing more work to come. And that's just what some of the things we've heard about it. So it's going to be open for all backers. Yes. Yes, and that was the other thing, was with the 4.0.1 release, they want to run a quick stress test to make sure the bug fix is working. For the first hour after the build releases, they want everyone to spawn in Area 18 to test the fix for overlapping hangars. And that's the question. The question still remains that it's on the thumbnail. Will this be the fix that fixes Star Citizen? I will say this. No, it's not going to be the fix that fixes all your problems. You're still going to have problems with everything you've had problems with in the past. However, this is going to be the start of that fix. Hopefully they mitigate the major issues like mission issues and, black screen and 6,000 errors and all those sorts of things. And from the sounds of things, CIG knew a lot of these issues were going to be in there, and they just had enough time to test it and play them out. And now they have. I would expect we're probably going to get another 4.0.2 release before we get 4.1, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got 4.0 PTU or Evocati by the end of this month. How many questions have we had the Jesus patch? How many times have we had the Jesus patch questioned over the years? It's going to happen until Star Citizen is released. Elevators will remain the undefeated final boss in Star Citizen until after 4.0.1, until they get the refactor fix. Do you think they should put a warning banner for people making Pyro their spawn point for PvP? I think they could do something like that. I think it would be a good idea in general to just say, warning, high hostility region, or something like that, but we'll see. Yes, the transit refactor. The thing I just said is not going to happen. I still think part of it's going to happen. I think the main issue that people are having with elevators has to do with the transit refactor going between different zones and such. Secondary and smaller landing zones and towns when? I would say when CIG has time to work on them. I wouldn't be surprised. CIG's already talked about this a little bit because they talked about the cluster idea that they're going to do. So we'll start to see that when they have the Genesis system up and running. It's the oldest system that needs a full rebuild. It's basically held together with binder twine and glue. I knew the guy who built the first one. He was an active member of the community. He hung out in the community while I was working for CIG. And let me tell you, he fucking hated it. It was one of the reasons why he left CIG. He left on good terms. He didn't leave CIG because he hated CIG, but he was given an offer to do a much better, do a more senior job in a different company, and he fucking took it. He's just like, I am not working with this shit anymore. This shit is fucking, annoying. He was the only person doing it. I think he works for the Transformers game now. He told an interesting story where Chris was talking about physicalizing every single elevator in the verse. Like every single elevator being physicalized inside of an elevator shaft. And the developers cornered him and sat down and explained how much work that would be. And he relented and said, okay, we'll do the Wonkavator stuff. Later, Phantom. That talk was fun. From what I've heard about people talking with Chris Roberts is that Chris Roberts is a very, very easy person to talk to. And he's very amicable to new ideas and changing ideas. Sitting him down and talking with him about legitimate gameplay theory and how things work and and kind of pointing out the flaws in his own ideas, he's very willing to say, yeah, I fucked up there. We should probably change this, which is why we have seen some changes in Star Citizen. Is most of those are spearheaded by the developers themselves who want to move in a different direction. He's also apparently insanely competitive. Like, if you get him in a game, a competitive game, he will fucking hit the shit out of it. He's just enthusiastic, it seems, yeah. That's how we got planets, yeah. Because Chris was originally didn't want to do planets at all, and they managed to like convince him that it would be a good idea, and so they expanded it by hand. What would the first part of Genesis be? We don't know. CIG seemed to pitch it as like an update to the current biomes we have in Stanton. But CIG has been very cagey on Genesis because they showed off a bunch of that stuff at CitizenCon, and then when people asked, okay, so when's part 1 of Genesis coming? They said a long way away. So it's like, what? What do you mean a long way away? You just showed it off at CitizenCon. What the fuck is this? You showed off all these ideas. Are these just ideas? Because you seem to have working models in there. So my answer to that is not next year. Look, Cia seems like a nice person, but I feel like some of the physicalization goes a bit too far. Like, why are our paint, is our paint physicalized? Because Chris Roberts is insane. The game will never be finished. It relies too much on being an investment to keep cash rolling in. Wrecked Boy, is WoW finished? Is Elder Scrolls Online finished? Is, what is it, Final Fantasy 14? Is that finished? Such a nonsense mentality. What? That Star Citizen's never going to be finished? Because it's never going to be finished. It's an online game. MMOs are never finished. They're constantly updated because that's how they work. Yes, they do rely on investments. That's why they release new content, and then they do paid content. But an MMO that's alive will always have new content coming out. Are there traveling trade caravans either in space, in planet, space, or both in lore? Yeah. Banu, the Banu flotillas. They're pretty famous. There's actually a human version of the Banu flotilla in Hadrian, which is one of the systems I expect to be one of the first ones to be added after the first 5. Outside a tech demo, so more or less a release? What are you talking about, Wrecked Boy? If you're saying Star Citizen is never going to expand beyond a tech demo, you're high. That's not how the world works, my dude.
Ever take away my space game.
Sikasess has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that subscription there. Who was that? Sikasess for that Twitch Prime sub. You're a very important pumper, very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You were drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. An MMO needs more than 2 hours of gameplay and non-T-boning NPCs 10 years in. Tell me you've never played Star Citizen without telling me you've never played Star Citizen, Wrecked Boy. Or you haven't played it in like 6 years. Star Citizen isn't playable yet. That's beyond the point, Jar Jar. That's not the point. The point being, is Star Citizen never going to be finished? Of course it's never going to be finished because MMOs are never finished. What's the biggest non-Ecumenoculus city that's not on Terra Prime? I couldn't tell you that. I wouldn't know off the top of my head of that. I'd have to look that up. And it's probably going to change a little bit because cities are going to change in scale with the planets being able to like that explorable and stuff like that, since they wrote a lot of that lore. I meant the mentality some people have that CIG will never actually finish the product, aka 1.0, then continue to add more. Yeah, they're going to add 1.0. CIG cannot physically continue the funding model they currently have without progress. The fact of the matter is, releases are the things that generate CIG's profit. Not ship sales. Ship sales help, but without some reason for people to come back and play your game, they're not going to buy your ship. So going forward, CIG needs to rely more on releases and then things like cosmetics and smaller transactions, because more people will be willing to shell out $5 to the game they think that's fun, that gives them a cool skin or something like that, than they would be a $70 spaceship. So the idea that CIG is going to be perpetually in development in the sense of this sort of perpetual alpha game is nonsense. CIG will never be able to do this forever. It will eventually run out. People will eventually lose their patience. It's one of the reasons why I said at the end of last year, it's put up or shut up time. CIG's in put up or shut up time. Now that they have server meshing out and it works, there's minimal issues with it and they can expand upon it. The last major tech hurdle of what makes the game is in. Now they have to start putting the content in that they have been wanting to do, the devs at least have been talking about for years. So it's put up or shut up. This year is the year. They either start producing content that people want to come in and play, making the game more playable for your average person, or they don't. And if they don't, they're going to be in serious trouble come 2026. They mentioned cybernetics. How advanced is Star Citizen universe in regards to cybernetics? Flippy, Star Citizen's universe, like 800 years in the past, the humanity was able to make like advanced artificial intelligence, human scale artificial intelligence. So like cybernetics are not a thing that are difficult for humans to make. They're pretty advanced. But the problem is you can build advanced components, but they're still expensive because it's difficult to acquire a lot of these things. So there's a range of abilities, from basically a hand that is almost exactly the same as what you have already to a claw. Yeah, but it never really seems outside a tech demo when compared to, let's say, Elite Dangerous. And even then, they charge people premium prices for a freemium style gameplay content roadmap. Again, my dude, you've never played the game. I can tell you've never played the game because you don't need to pay for more than $45. You need to pay more than $45 for Elite Dangerous. To get access to the entirety of the game, it's $45. And everything that can be purchased with cash can be purchased in-game with in-game cash. You're just telling me you've watched some pirate software videos and maybe some videos, and you've never picked up the actual game. Because you're parroting popular lines that have very little to do with Star Citizen. Star Citizen is pretty. I played the game and bathrooms are still useless. Explain that, AstroPub. Sure. What the fuck do you give a shit about bathrooms in a video game? Star Citizen is pretty hardcore right now. I think they're likely going to have a streamline certain things. Yes, there's definitely going to be some streamlines in terms of the gameplay. It's weird that Star Citizen seems to have full-time haters. It's weird. It's weird that people like kind of get obsessed about it. But we're in weird times, man. There's weird shit going on. There's been weird shit going on for the last decade. This decade is fucking weird. Bathroom still useless? I guess that means nobody gives a single solitary shit. I blame that fucking monkey, man. Harambe, man. One monkey dies and suddenly we're on a goddamn weird ass universe. There's bathrooms in Fallout. I don't see people pooping in Fallout. God, does anyone remember just before Starfield all the people bursting the streams? Did you know Starfield will kill your space game? Yeah, I remember that. Devs spend so much time making bathrooms, alien toilets, fancy bathrooms, lame bathrooms. I want to use my bathroom. Eventually you will, but that's just not a priority. Thank you, Judge. Does the ED have bathrooms at all? Does it have interiors? Celine probably would know more than I do. I know that you can see the interiors, but I don't think Elite has interiors in terms of like walking around stuff. What's the most interesting city district in lore? I would probably say right now, well, I guess Terra Prime. Terra Prime has what's called Terra Tower, which is a straight up arcology. It is an entire city in a tower. It was the original landing zone for Terra, like in-game landing zone. So it literally is a full city in just a big-ass tower. And then there's the rest of Terra Prime. I just find that there's too much excuses for a game that's made a net profit. It made the net profit it currently holds with almost nothing to show. How much profit has it made, Wrecked Boy? How much net profit has Star Citizen made? Don't confuse revenue with profit. They've made a lot of revenue over the course of 12 years. But they haven't made a lot of profit. And CIG literally has published their financials. I don't know why they haven't published them recently. Hopefully they do, because that's a little sus. But yeah, no, they haven't made much of a profit at all. Absolutely every single year, CIG makes a lot of money, but that money then gets reinvested back in the company. Star Citizen didn't start with $70 million. Star Citizen started with, I think, less than 100 million and a bunch of people in a basement. And over the course of 12 years, they've built a company with over 1,000 employees, 5 different studios across the planet, and they're building 2 games at the same time. Depends if we count personal dev wallets or donation drives. Wrecked Boy, you still haven't answered my question. How much profit has CIG made? It's usually called a Ponzi scheme. Wrecked Boy, tell me you've run out of ideas, my dude. Like, just give up and go away. You obviously have never even played this game. You've just picked it up from some fucking streamer or YouTuber, and you're parroting their opinions without actually critically analyzing your own beliefs. And I guarantee you, all of those YouTubers you've been parroting would tell you to critically analyze those beliefs and to look at them themselves. Please be a better human being and go do some research, dude. Shit. It makes me sad. I'll give you 24 hours to go do it yourself. Then you can come back and tell me any other thing you want to have if you want to have a legitimate conversation about any of this. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I guarantee you, if I went to Mutahar and said, your people are just thoughtlessly parroting your thoughts without any research or any examination on anything you say, are not using any of the sources you read and not doing any research into things and just using it to just attack random people and who are in the community of that game, he would probably tell them to fuck off. Like, Jesus Christ, y'all. Yes, the teacher has given you a homework assignment. Please do it. I would love for you to learn, because I would love for people to be more critically engaged in anything they do. I am the last person to sit here and say CIG is blameless and faultless, but I hate the fact that people come in with these really low-hanging fruits who watch 2 YouTube videos and believe they know the entire story. Like, Jesus Christ. He would make fun of them. I know. Not for the reasons, because not making good argument makes the other content creator looks bad. I mean, yeah. So I didn't do the homework. Oh, I missed something. Someone came in with the lowest of the low-hanging fruit, consistently digging their own grave with this. You don't seem very empirical. The fuck are you talking about? Org Metropolis after 1.0? Probably. Well, lots of credit given. Watch 2 YouTube videos. Listen, I'm going to give them some credit because they wouldn't have found me otherwise. Anybody who's walking into my stream on YouTube must have done some sort of research, even if it's just a YouTube short that was that got them interested in it. Did I just get like a bunch of people coming in at the same time? Star Citizen's a scam. There's no game. The backers are all cultists. Strength of Kool-Aid. Effectively, yeah. Called it a tech demo that CIG is going to continue to run money out of. That said that CIG has consistently made net profits of huge scales. All sorts of weird word. So. Mediocre. I clicked Star Citizen on YouTube and found you an interesting title. Wow. It works. Would Vega be a fun place for RPG style environment for offline store? Yeah. Oh yeah. Vega's great. Vega, are you talking Selene or Aramis? Because if you're talking about Selene, which is Vega 2, I think it's Selene's Vega 2. One of them is sort of like this old rundown, like used to be an industrial power and was sort of halfway built and then they abandoned it because of the fear of the Vanduul. So it's very sort of slummy. And the other one is like filled with, it's like more like, cities and stuff like that, but it's filled with like refugees and military bases. It's very like high military. So yeah. I'm more worried that all the server costs CIG may not be profitable in the long term. That is an issue. I think that's one of the things that Squadron 42 and the single player games are supposed to be able to fix. To my knowledge, CIG has made no profit. They've made a few profits, but we're talking in the ballpark of like a couple of $1 million a year. Like, if you ran a company the size of CIG and said, I made $1 million in profit, people would laugh at you. Like, people would absolutely go, what? Why are your margins so thin? What's the biggest mountain on a habitable planet with a settlement nearby? You're asking a lot of specific questions. I couldn't answer to all of those questions for you. I would say my guess would be Sherman and Odysseus, or Ulysses. So the mountain is called Ulysses, and the settlement is called Sherman in Castro. Hey, 404, how you doing? Wow, you're up early. I'm still waiting to see them fix the mesh network where things aren't explicitly lost, like missions halfway through, vehicles inside cargo, etc. They've been working on the working that with 4.0.1. So we all know they're angry hangers, but they will be backers when the run's well. Yeah. One of the things early in my experience with Star Citizen is I asked somebody who was like constantly shitting on Star Citizen, like trolling Star Citizen. I asked them, what do they do if Star Citizen is fun? They said, I'll play the game. I can troll now all I want, but when the game comes out and if it's fun, I'll play it. So I get fun in both ways. I get to fuck with you. And that kind of changed my one of my things about Star Citizen. Like the only thing that's going to make Star Citizen fun is Star Citizen. CIG is the only people who can make the game interesting or fun. Nothing you or I say or anybody says is going to change anything of that. If you could play the game and have a meaningful experience and never leave a planet. Whoa, I'd love to see that, yeah. I think some people forget they're larger than Hercules. Yeah, they're huge. I think some people forget CIG has employees to pay, video and trailer production costs, ad costs, as well as an annual convention to pay for. That all costs a lot. It does. Some of those things aren't as needed. I'd argue things like the annual conventions is maybe a little bit of a waste of money, but it's partially for advertising and partially for the developers themselves. It's their own sort of mini GDC. So it helps improve relations within the company and might even attract people to come to the company, because it does seem to be re-energize the sort of all of the internal discussions with CIG. Always, like the developers always say, it always re-energizes them because they get to interact with the players. And one of the things that most game devs will tell you is that game development is fucking scary, because you might be making a game for a significant portion of your life, 3 to 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 years of your life invested in a game that when it releases is dog shit. So you might have put your fucking hardest in that animations or this level design or these narratives, and the package just doesn't click right, or they release it at the wrong time so it doesn't do well because it just bombs, and you're completely powerless. And because you don't have connections with you can't talk with the community, a potential community who might play your game, you don't know if the game you're making is fun or not. It might be fun to you, but you don't know if anybody else will give a shit. So I've heard this from CIG developers that it's a very different experience when you can release something, the players can say, that's shit, and then you can reverse the changes and try to do something different. So you don't have to like commit to something, spend years of your life working on something, only be like, oh, that fucking sucked. All right, JDC. Sorry, I was too busy interacting with people who are more actually here. The fact that you're just sitting here to insult me, goodbye. I will see you. Never. Go fuck yourself. If you're here to discuss and talk, that's fine. But coming in here and saying that this is a fanboy stream where you could sleep with your daughter and you would thank them, go fuck yourself, JDC. In fact, go fuck off to wherever you're from. Take your head, shove it up your own ass. You'll do a lot better for everybody else by doing that. I'm here to discuss with folks. But if you want to sit here and insult me, go fuck yourself. This goes for everybody. Like, I'm here to have a legitimate fun time, entertain, talk, that kind of stuff. But if you're here to just shit on the game and leave, then go shit on somewhere else. This is not your toilet. How long do you reckon before hangar doors and other soft locking issues are fixed with 4.0? We might see some of those issues fixed with 4.0.1, but at the very latest, I would say 4.0, like probably March. Popcorn. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself there, Gravedigger. Yippee! It's glad it's 6 a.m. and coffee. Excited about Squad War 2, but I don't know how to feel about potentially 2 Citizen Cons between now and its release. I don't think they do a Citizen Con. I don't think they do a Citizen Con this year. But yeah. Hey, Paul, in what patch will I be able to win Star Citizen? Yes. I know 4.0.1 hasn't come yet, but I feel like the hot fixes from the past 2 days have made a significant difference already. From what I've heard, it's better in most cases. Don't understand why CIG is selling ships to fund the game. It really bothers some people. I don't understand why, but CIG selling ships to fund gameplay really seems to really bother some people. It's because the general like the general belief in gaming, the general culture in gaming is that you either have two types of different things. You either have basically free games that are made by developers for the sake of making the game, and they're saints. You know, your Toby Foxes, you know, to a degree, to a lesser degree, your Notches, your Concerned Ape, you know, the single man developer who's doing it on their own and everyone loves them. You know, it's like Hello Games has kind of become this, where they're just constantly releasing updates that could be their own games entirely, and people love them, which is a way of doing things. And the other extreme that gamers see are, you know, Chinese or cheap American mobile games, which are designed to suck $50 out of your wallet every time you open up the app. And there's very little in between in their mind. You know, the buy a battle pass to be able to play the game that you already paid $60 for. That sort of mentality. There's very little in between. So when CIG is selling ships, they see this as, oh, this is just trying to suck money out of your wallet. This is just trying to steal money from you. They're selling power. It's a pay to win. Why would anyone buy this? This is ridiculous. Why would you spend $4,000 on the game? Because most people don't bother looking into it. They just see the lines and go, fuck you. I think it's pay to win. Selling ships is pay to win. Pretty simple. It's not fair. It's how they fund the game, but it's still pay to win. I disagree with that, but that's a completely different argument, because every single gamer in the universe will have a different definition of pay to win. Pay to win isn't a really good discussion to have, because I've heard people say, well, pay to win is, can you get everything in game for free? And if the answer is yes, they say, okay, then it's not pay to win. Other people say, can you pay to get an advantage, significant advantage of others? Then that's pay to win. And then there are people who say, anytime you pay for anything other than the base game, it's pay to win. So there's different definitions. And then that's the other problem. It's like, what are you winning? What is the win condition you're winning? Selling ships feels a bit bad. Like, it feels a bit manipulative or predatory. Can I justify it easily? Nope. I'd probably be pretty hard to justify my gut reaction, but it feels a little off. Hasn't stopped me from buying ships though. And that's the thing. I think it's because we are, as gamers, used to seeing people just making predatory actions which are designed to specifically fuck over people, just try to steal money, and that's it. And people run away with it. And then you say on top of that, Star Citizen hasn't released in 12 years. It's one of the reasons why I always say, don't buy any fucking ships. Just buy the $45 package and you're done. The people who just bought an Aurora and stopped there are the real winners. 1,000%. Those people are probably better off than everybody else in the game. That's why, like, I don't think the pay to win conversation it's fruitful. It's not a good conversation to have because you have to start to have a conversation. You have to be on the same level. Everyone has to be on the same level playing field. And if it's like, well, I believe this is pay to win and I believe this is pay to win, then you're not on the same playing field. It's like you're just arguing in circles. You can't argue with anybody until you both agree on some basic principles. And if you can't agree on the same fucking definition, then it's impossible to come up with a definition in the first place. What do you think the chances of having 4 major patches this year are? Slim. I don't think we're going to have 4 major patches. I think we might have 3 major patches, but I don't think we'll have 4.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Abrotana Medana just resubscribed for 20 months. The people who argue about the value of their money in SC while owning ships they can purchase in-game are not to be trusted.
Thank you, my brother Nazi. You're a very important power, very impressive as a very pedestrian. You've got 20 months. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Astro, thoughts on the stupid reputation limitations with mission sharing? Have they changed some stuff? I think it's dumb that you can't downshare from there, but I also understand why they did it, because they also allowed for, if you have the same mission, you can basically get the same amount of money. So if you have a mission that's 50,000 and somebody gives you a mission for 50,000 and you both share missions, like 50,000 missions, and you both complete them, then you get 100,000. Both of you get 100,000. Not one person gets 100,000, not one person gets 50, or, you know, one person gets 25, the other person gets 25. You both get 50 for both of those missions. So that mission sharing thing has already made people millionaires because it's super easy to get in a group and then just grind out missions. So that's why they did that. I think that's the reason why we see it, and I think it'll probably reverse at some point. You just go by the pay to win definition in the Cambridge Dictionary, which is fine, but that definition won't be everybody's definition. Star Citizen has a subscription, y'all. It has a subscription already, and I see CIG continuing that subscription. I believe that's similar to, I want to say, Elder Scrolls Online. There's another MMO that does an optional subscription you can do for some perks, but doesn't require you to pay for it. It's the first time my friends to play solo instead of playing together. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Fallout 76. I know 76 does that. Referring to a monthly subscription. It's still the same idea. I understand the knee-jerk reaction of saying Star Citizen's going to have a monthly subscription when it's released. But I think CIG is probably going to go with a hybrid model where you pay for the game and you can get a subscription for some bonuses, but they're going to still sell ships. But the new ships that come out, they'll sell like either like as a concept ship or straight to release, and it'll be within like 3-6 months, and you'll get exclusive access to that ship while it's when it first releases, and then it's available for everybody else. That's how MechWarrior Online does that. There's other groups that does that as well. But yeah, the problem about subscription models is that subscription models as a model would restrict the number of people who play Star Citizen, which would kill the game. There's a reason why most games outside of like WoW and EVE don't do subscriptions. And EVE and WoW both have optional subscriptions, basically. With EVE, you can earn the money in-game to pay for your subscription, so you don't have to pay for it yourself, so you can basically play to get the subscription. And I believe WoW has a subscription model only up to level 20. It's free to play up to a certain level, and then you have to pay a subscription to continue on with it. I may be wrong on that one. Star Citizen Online, or Star Trek Online is free to play and has this lifetime subscription, but it's still free to play. SWTOR is free to play as well. Yes, but you can also pay for this monthly sub with WoW and in-game token. Yeah, I know back when they were the norm, but there was a reason why they're not the norm anymore, because the amount of people who play a video game, typically they'll hop on when there's a new release and they'll fall off over time. And then when they come back, they'll come back after a new release. So if you make it a subscription model, you're going to limit your number to just the people who are hardcore into your game, which is fine. But unless you have a number of people who is large enough to support you, what you're doing is you're cutting off the number of people who would normally be into your game to come back every so often and maybe spend a little bit on, you know, small cosmetics or other things like that, little updates. Those people will be pushed out. Because those people won't come back. If they have to pay for a new sub, they're just like, fuck it, I'm gone. There's so many people right now who play Star Citizen patch to patch or take long breaks that a subscription model, even at release, would probably be a bad idea. What are some underlooked features and content that might be coming in 2025? Almost certainly scanning. The new scanning system. That's going to deal with scanning and stealth. Thank you, Jen. Have a good night. Next to no new MMOs try to force subscription to play Survive. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Like, the financial realities of the game market right now is that subscriptions do not work. You can have optional subscriptions, which we currently have in Star Citizen, and if they turn that into some sort of small benefit, I think that'll work. But the main way CIG has said for many years that they're planning on continuing to make money, even if Star Citizen doesn't pull a huge profit, is to make single player games. Because they can use all the advancements they make in Star Citizen to port into a single player game, use some of the assets and all that kind of stuff, and create a single player experience in the Star Citizen universe or using the same engine. So like Squadron 42 is actually 3 games into one. It was originally 1 game and then they broke it into 3 games. So the first game is what we're going to get in 2026. The next game is going to be a couple of years later. The model they're using is similar to the old Lego games model because the people who made the Lego games now work on Star Citizen. And that's because Aaron Roberts helped make those games. So, yeah. Will be similar to Star Citizen. Subscription will get you cheap. I wouldn't be surprised if we got LTI, or if you paid subscription, you got like a warranty. Like a subscription will give you, as long as your subscription is active, you get 1 warranty. I could totally see that. When do you think Star Citizen will be feature complete and be considered beta in a traditional sense? Probably 2 years, 2 to 3. So the Lego games, as far as I understand, all of the Lego games are based off the same engine. And what they did was they would have a team that's working on one game inside the company, and then another team working on another game, and another team working on another game. And when they would stagger them so that when one team was finished, they would gather the information of what they did right, and they'd get any of the R&D that they did for, you know, the other games, and they would use those R&Ds to come up with another Lego game constantly. So as a result, they would release Lego games quite frequently, like different style. They go Batman, they go Star Wars, like every year. But those games, when development, would actually take multiple years. So that way they could, and they used a lot of the technology they already had from the previous games to apply them to the current game. And so Aaron talked about at one point how his plan for Squadron 42's turnaround was to be about 3 years, 2 to 3 years. So every Squadron game would take it to be a new single player game every 2 to 3 years. That was their goal. CIG's goals are very different from reality, though. So Squadron 42 really should release to beta shortly afterwards for Star Citizen. Almost certainly. But it really depends on how much CIG focuses on finishing up the features. Because they have some kind of feature complete, but I don't see them finalizing those features for a while. Hey, thanks, X. Is he still in SCIG? Who? Tony Z? Yeah. Kind of like how Frontier did with Planet Coaster, Jurassic Park Evolution. Exactly. For those of you who don't know, almost all of the games that Frontier has made themselves, not published, because they do publish a couple of games, they make on the Elite engine. So the same engine that runs Elite Dangerous is the same engine that makes Planet Coaster and makes all the Jurassic Park games. I don't know if they also made made the AOS game, the Age of Sigmar game. So is Terra better than Earth? That's a question. that's a personal question. If you're from Terra, yes. Terrans absolutely think Terra is better than Earth. If you're from Earth, no. People on Earth think that Terrans are a bunch of arrogant dicks. But it is beautiful in comparison to Earth. It's kind of like the difference between seeing a super modern city built from specific plans to meet a modern, like ecumenical kind of idea versus a ancient Roman built city. You know, you go to some place like Venice, it's beautiful, but it's old and there's lots of, architecture which isn't perfect and that kind of thing. That's Earth. Whereas, Terra is Dubai, modern, sleek, everything is new, everything's expensive, that kind of thing. Yeah, Terra smells a lot better than Earth. Yeah. Thank you, Duck Force. What do you think about getting cargo grids on elevators like the Polaris elevator or eventually the BMM cargo bay? What do you mean cargo grids on elevators? Like, do the current Polaris cargo elevators not have grids on them? Like the snapping, yeah, I think that's what they're talking about. You desperately want a Tavaran war campaign? Will we have mini landing zones by 1.0? I couldn't tell you, honestly. Honey had grids on the on its elevator forever. It still does. I think the Reclaimer elevator, maybe? It has grab locks, yeah. I just don't think all of them do. Honest question. Do you think Star Citizen CIG will ever hit 1 billion annual revenue? In annual revenue? Like, make $1 billion every year? Maybe. I don't think so, though. As in comparison, Epic had 5 billion in revenue in 2021. I think CIG will probably cap out around $500 million at its peak. Because you also have to keep in the fact that a lot of those big spikes are going to be with single player releases. So like Squadron 42, I could see them making 150 million in the release just from that year. Maybe that month, but almost certainly in a year of Squadron's release, Squadron will make 150 million. Star Citizen probably will make around the same, maybe a little less, probably like 100 million. So like the year in 2026, when Squadron 42 is released, they'll probably make around 250 million, which will blow them out of the water in terms of what they've made in the past. But the thing is that CIG doesn't make a profit. Revenue, and because they're privately owned, they don't really need to make a profit. As long as their revenue is solid, they're good. I do think that we'll see maybe some of the Calders might sell some of their assets back to Chris, or get some of their money out when Squadron releases, because that's really what they're looking for. But I don't see them leaving. Like, that's the private investors, because they're personal friends of Chris Roberts. So for the endgame PvE events with Vandal raids and Nyx, what do you think the largest ship that can make it from Vandal space to Nyx? Do you think it will be what driller ships in size? Probably up to Bengals. You also got to remember that eventually we're going to go to Virgil. That's where they're coming from. If they're going to Nyx, if Vandal are coming to Nyx, they're coming from Virgil, which is a Vandal system now. So we'll eventually go to Virgil. So that's 2.5 million copies of Squadron 42. If it's a solid game, well optimized, and runs in mid-range GPUs, yeah, it may even do better. It probably will. I hope at least. It's got a lot going for it. It's, again, if they fuck up the release window and they fuck up the performance, it's done. But the performance they have control over. Release window is a little bit different. They have to kind of guess. I think the Maulers with the laser beam, yeah. 10 times growth from here doesn't seem out of the question when Star Citizen's running well and has base building, many more star systems, but it'll eventually taper off. There's lots of hype for a game, even if it's new and fun, but then eventually it'll reach its peak where people feel like they've had the most fun they had, and then they'll drop off. So it will peak and then drop. And the question is more, when will that drop happen? And can they keep enough of an average player base to keep people invested? That's the key. They would eventually sell Squad 42 on consoles too, despite what some people think. 1000%. CIG's leaving money on the table if they don't have some sort of console release. Especially with the star power they have. Oh yeah. And CIG really lucked the fuck out. Like, one of the weird advantages of CIG releasing Squadron 42 when they are, is that most of the people who they got to work on Squadron 42 were well-known actors even at the time, but they were like retired, or they were doing lower level. We're not talking like A-listers. I wouldn't say they were D-listers, but like solid B and C listed actors. Actors that'll show up, basically actors who are old enough that they've made enough money on their own, they don't really bother. Mark Hamill, John Rice Davies, they can just do what they want because they make so much money in residuals, hopefully, and have done pretty well in their careers that they can just have fun. They had people like Gary Oldman were still big actors, but they weren't the mega stars that that he has become in terms of recognition. And of course, Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill was still an up-and-coming actor when he acted in Squadron 42. It's lucky Sierra has friends and worked with him in previous Wing Commander games. Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that Chris had worked with Mark and John in Wing Commander when they were at their low points in their career. He helped them, paid them, got them work, got them to do something other than what they were known for. Well, John Rice Davies was still kind of a TV actor back then. Paul, do I interpret this wrong, or is it Solid Outlands CEO Elon Musk type? He is 100% an Elon Musk type. And yes, the Nomad is a Cybertruck. Thank you, Aline. Wow, I am way up beyond what I was supposed to be. I didn't realize how long I've been streaming. Well, yeah, John Rice Davies had done the Indiana Jones series before then. But yeah. Isn't Squad 42 going to be 3-parter? Yes, there's going to be 3 different games for it. Last we heard. Not Kate, Gillian Anderson. Yeah, Gillian Anderson, yeah. Written by June Company. To be fair, he's not Elon Musk. He's just similar to Elon Musk. He's like if Elon Musk and Matthew McConaughey were fused together into a single person. Oh, come on. The Nomad does not deserve to be demeaned like that, calling it a Cybertruck. It was inspired by the Cybertruck. Later night, Mike. We're going to wrap this up. This has been a very spicy stream, but it's been interesting. I kind of was courting it on YouTube because I did make the title effectively, Will This Fix the Game? Because I did. I'm going to be very honest with you. I got to bait some clicks in order for people to get interested. But I do think I covered it well enough. First off, no, but there are a lot of fixes that CIG is planning on doing. So hopefully 4.0.1, when it does release tomorrow, because it was supposed to release today, that's the reason why I titled it like this, because I thought it was going to release. When it comes out, I think it is going to be a step in the right direction. No, I get to see you. Thank you for coming on. I worked at an Elon company once, would not recommend doing it twice. Everyone I've talked to who's worked at Elon companies, SpaceX, Solar City, those kind of places have all said the same thing. They're like, excited to work, and then no, don't want to go back. Can't imagine the reality where they release 3 Squad 42s, but I also can't imagine me at 50 years old. I remember Squadron 42 Part 2 is not going to take 12 years. It'll take less time. The question is how less and when. I would anticipate 3 to 4 years. But I also don't think we're going to have the same kind of star power that Squadron 42-1 has. You're probably not going to see a lot of those big name actors. So you may see a couple of them. Try paying 55 now. Listen, I'm happy to be 38. All right, I'm still young and in my prime. When it's good night, what time is it at the moment? I slurp my coffee in the morning. Well, good morning to you. Hopefully, for those of you who are in the more civilized parts of the world, have a wonderful morning. And for the rest of us, have a good night. I will see you tomorrow for my co-op stream that I do with Logan Plays called Pub and Plays. We'll be doing probably Star Citizen. We might do some like Helldivers, something like that. And then on Saturday, we actually are going to be diving into 4.0 specifically, talking a post-mortem where we're going to have Humek, we're going to have Red Monster, and we're going to have Radar Echo coming on, talking about their experiences with 4.0 so far. How good is it? Digging into things like the casual gameplay, the industrial gameplay, that sort of thing. Like where is 4.0 right now? Was it a success? Was it a failure? Just as it stands right now. And then on Sunday, we'll be doing our lore streams. My organization's called the League of Relic Enthusiasts, or lore. So the League is going to be doing a relic expedition, probably in Stanton. We haven't talked about it, but I'll say probably in Stanton. For this coming weekend, because they fixed a lot of the issues. And then on Monday, we're going to be doing an Astro Historian live stream. It'll be live here on Twitch, but it'll be on the Astro Historian YouTube, where I'm going to look at the lore of the systems, the first 5 systems of Star Citizen. Crawled into the back of my brain and said, do it, Paul, do it. So I'm going to be kind of talking about the background of Terra, the background of Castra, the background of Nyx, the background of Pyro, and the background of Stanton. When they were discovered, how they were discovered, who's in charge, all those sorts of things. What we know so far and what might happen in the future. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I will see you all tomorrow. And like I say every time. Oh, whoa. Also, subscribe if you're on YouTube. Hit the like button if you enjoyed this. Hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And if you're on Twitch, hit that follow button. Would love to, if you enjoyed this, please come on and join us there. Now, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.